And it does in fact help to actually turn on my my mic here. As you can see, I am definitely a consummate professional, always have been. Well now, as you can see, this is the lovely, brand new Boeing 777 freighter variant. It is based off of I believe it's a Boeing 777-200. Oh, that's something I didn't change. Well, we'll get all that in order. But I've got to change the ID on this plane, actually. So you'll actually get to see I'm going to show you actually my full flight plan. Hey Ian, happy to have you aboard. We're just having minor JD technical difficulties rather than my computer having technical difficulties, which is a nice change. We're going to change this guy. Let's see here, 715, JD. It is a heavy aircraft. No, we don't need to show that. And we'll figure out all the weight balances and stuff like that once we're actually in. So let's go here. Oops, not there. Now what's cool is I'm using a program called, or actually a website called SimBrief, that allows me to basically create my flight plan. Now I already know what my departure window is supposed to be. Actually no, I think this one was, whoops. See, now I messed it up. Let's try that again. I'll pull my downloads thing off the chat there. You don't see everything that I have downloaded. It's mostly just plane liveries and flight plans. There we go, that should be good. And we're gonna set our departure. I'm actually going off of a ramp departure here because it's a cargo plane. They don't need gates. There we are. And then we'll come over here to Heathrow. We'll actually set up my approach, which will be ILS 27 right. And actually that's the right approach. Cool. Let's go. Well, it does suck, Enra, to have your power out. I had that difficulty not too long ago, so I feel your pain. It is very difficult. Actually, at the time I had a phone that had only about an hour and a half battery life, so it was really boring. Good news is I got a new phone. It's one of them fancy foldy phones. It's weird. Alright. Now we're ready to go. So here is the beautiful plane. Now if you noticed, I changed the tag a little bit. I'm calling it Whiskyfile Red Tail. And there's a couple of reasons for it. One is there's red on the tail. I also wanted to distinctly difference the, given that this is a cargo plane. And yes, there is a cargo hold. There's nothing inside it, but we'll just pretend. There's also, oh, if I can actually get in there, there's business class. So yeah, we got 4 seats here. So that's where you guys are. You're happy to come inside the cockpit though. We've also got random creepy avatars. We've also got some seats back here if anyone wants to join in. And of course, given that it started out in Elite Dangerous, when your whiskey tastes shoot for the moon, we take them to the stars. Or at least the skies in this case. Alrighty, so let's get inside this. And I'm going to first check my weights because that's really going to be important. I'm bringing up my I've got my flight brief on the second one here. So, see, that's all the information I've got on it. So, I've got that over here on my second screen, just so it doesn't clutter things up too much. So we're currently going to be carrying a payload of 195,000 pounds, which is a rather hefty amount. And we're going to switch that over to pounds here. How much fuel am I carrying? Maximum level fuel. Alright. So we're gonna actually, that might not be right. That might be, oh, that's in tons. That's why. 191,000 tons. Basically, we're going to be going right up to about here. That should be fine. We'll get our payload up. We're basically going to be maxing up this flight. So, that should do. We are a full bird. If you notice, I'm not really quite doing all that because it's all just cargo, so it doesn't really matter where, as long as my weight is balanced. So I'm going to push it a little bit to the rear. So let's pull that to 8, and we'll pull rear baggage to 22. There we go. So that'll give it a little bit more towards the back. Should be okay. Now, let's get this aircraft started. Then we'll do our formalities. This is way too much fun to do the formalities. It really is. Yeah, it's a cloudy day, Matt. Miami usually gets pretty stormy weather. It's pretty common. Sorry, just moving my windows around. Alrighty, battery switch. Now, for those astute viewers, basically Mikey, who I know has played this, this is exactly like the 747. It actually uses the 747 cockpit. That's not entirely accurate to the game, but to real life. But hey, what can you do? Let's see here. We've got external power. Alright, so that's just turning on the electrics here. We're going to start up our APU, so APU selector, we're going to turn this to start, and then we'll, come on now. Turn that to start, it'll go to on. Gen switches when available. So this will light up, then we'll press it. At least it should light up. Okie doke, Indra. And there it is. Oops. It's supposed to be on. There we go. Fuel pumps. Oops. That's supposed to be over here. Yep, there it is. And then beacon. Which one are you? Lights. There you are. And beacon. Now I have a checklist off on the side. Typically a pilot would have a series of checklists in a book or something like that they'd be able to go off of, but also they're familiar enough with the aircraft. They follow pretty much just by the book for regulation purposes. but they usually know pretty well how to fly this aircraft. So, ooh, it's actually raining now. Look at that. Alrighty. Let's go through the formalities, shall we? Given that there's only a handful of people that can even be aboard this aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard Whiskyfile Logistics, a Whiskyfile Spirit Airlines subsidiary. Not actually affiliated with Spirit Airlines, just simply a joke about whiskey. Plus, we give you comfier seats, more legroom, and we offer full beverage services on all of our flights, including select whiskeys from my private collection, which I will be drinking from later in this flight because it will actually not be the morning for me. We are happy for you to join us on non-stop cargo service from Miami to London. Our flight time will be about 8 hours and 40 minutes with a cruising altitude of 31,000 feet, so buckle up, it's gonna be a long one. And looking at the weather right now, it's a bit rainy out here. It's probably a bit rainy in London, but we've got fairly smooth sailing once we're up above the clouds, because there is currently a storm also going through the east coast there. But should be a relatively smooth flight. Alrighty, let's get these engines going, and then we will do the pushback, because yeah, I'm gonna need to push back. How am I getting out of this place? Okay, we'll do a pushback to the right. That'll be pretty much how this works. So actually, I'm gonna first radio into my clearance. Request IFR clearance.
Miami clearance delivery with Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy IFR to Heathrow, ready to copy.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy is cleared to Heathrow Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.75 squawk 0152.
You got the name right, I'm so happy.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy cleared to Heathrow Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 12 climb and maintain 11,000 feet. Departure on 125.75 squawk 0152.
Welcome back, Enra.
Redtail 1776 Heavy readback correct. Contact ground on 127.5. Good day.
Alright, 127.5 there. Press taxi.
Miami ground with Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy with Sierra ready to taxi IFR.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy taxi to an halt short of runway 12 using taxiway Kilo Kilo 2 cross runway 8 left Lima 2 cross runway 8 right Mike 2 November Quebec 1. Contact tower on 123.9 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 12 using taxiway Kilo Kilo 2 cross runway 8 left Lima 2 cross runway 8 right Mike 2 November Quebec 1 with Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy.
Alright, we're gonna have to be careful of that Anadolu jet there. Anadolu, yeah. Which that looks to me to be an Airbus A320. Nice little plane to fly. That was actually the first jet that I flew in this game. Alrighty, let's go to ground services. We're gonna have them push me back, then I'll start up these engines.
Miami ground with Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy requesting pushback.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy pushback request accepted.
Miami ground with Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the right.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy, your request has been transmitted to the operator.
Now the reason for the red tail is, of course, I used red for the cargo colors, and I don't know if any of you all know this, but the red tails were actually a famous squadron of World War II pilots in the U.S. They flew. It was actually the first all-black fighter pilot regiment, and it was actually pretty cool. They basically gave them a bunch of just crap planes because, you know, segregation was still rather strong in that time. I'm gonna request that.
Miami ground with Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy requesting the end of pushback.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy request to end pushback received.
And they flew eventually after getting, I don't remember exactly how they managed to get it cleared, but they cleared to get P-51 Mustangs, and they painted them with a red tail. Now, not quite like this, but it was pretty cool. So, sort of a little bit of an homage, given they added P-51 Mustangs to the game. Oh man, visibility is really, really getting sucked in here. Goodness. All right, let's get these engines going. Alrighty. First, check that these are idle. Idle, idle. Alright, I gotta go. Oops. There we go. It's Control 7 on this plane. It's Control 8 on basically every other one. So it didn't mean to just send you right through the cargo hold there. Alrighty. Now, let's see. This is engine starter. So, engine start switch. Alright. So we always start with the engine number 2 for Boeing jets. And we flip the fuel control. And what we will do is we will then monitor as we spool up. So always in Boeing jets, engine 2, engine 1. Yeah. She's starting up just nicely. Now I do have icing effects on, which means I will have to also remember to turn on the icing things to hopefully not freeze up my there we go. Doesn't do anything because it's actually just a texture here. But I don't want my flight services to freeze up on me, so we will of course be doing that. Let's see, that's fine. I can just always turn on flight director. And we'll arm all the autopilot stuff once we get there. Oh, I should change this to 11,000. And there we go. Alright, everything seems stable there, so let's start up the next one. Flip the starter, flip fuel control. And there we go. Just giving me a warning for the parking brake being on, which I am aware of, and also that I flipped the auto throttle. Again, I am aware. Planes like to nag you. Now, again, going back to it being a based off of the 747 and all its coding. So if I pull my checklist over here, it says engines 1, 2, and 3. There are only 2 engines on this thing. If you're wondering why it's freezing, apparently it freezes every time I move a window. That's cool. Alright, engines appear to be stable, so we have completed the engine checklist. And let's go over here to starting engines. We will go up back to our APU. There it is, and we can turn that off. So now all the electrics are running on the engines. And let's get our lights on. And there we go. Alrighty. And before we pull away, of course, there's a safety video, even for a cargo plane. Enjoy. Yeah, I have way too much fun with that. I will be editing the audio better, but I literally edited it about an hour before the stream started. So yeah, I just didn't have time to balance everything. Because that's like from 3 different separate audio tracks. Because I just sort of piecemeal things together. Alright. Let's pull the parking brake. Actually, yeah, I should make sure it's not okay. Okay, why didn't that update? Shame. Well, at least it's on the outside of the plane. Alright, let's get going. There's no audio for you. What? Oh, did the safety video not work? Because it worked on my end. I was able to monitor and hear it. Oh well. There was safety videos. I should actually just post the safety videos. They're kind of fun. Alright, we're gonna make sure to keep this kind of narrow so we don't clip that plane there. I don't need my checklist anymore. Go away, checklist. As you can see, this is definitely going to be an instrument flight rules flight, given I can't see much of anything. Oh, there we go, that's nice. See, now it's clearing up. Thanks, Josh. Happy to have you aboard. Again to, okay, minivan, what are you doing? There's a big plane here. There we go. See, clipped it nicely. That's what you want to see. Oops. Oh, just a little bit fast. You can actually speed. It does not register it, but speed limit on taxiways is 30 knots. Speed limit on runoffs is 50 knots, and speed limit around basically the areas around gates and parking and stuff like that is limited to, I believe, 15 knots. And don't ask me what knots to kilometers are. I can barely do that to miles an hour. So anyone in the GLR server, if you do wish to join in on the fun, I do have the WSA flight radio going live, so feel free. You don't have to join in for the whole flight. But it is always fun to have someone to talk to. So if you're wondering the speed that I'm looking at, so this is indicated airspeed. This is what the plane actually thinks it is based on, pretty much its main instruments and stuff like that. GS down there, that is ground speed. That is what I'm actually basing my speed off of. So I'm only doing 25 right now. Now, given we are going to be crossing a runway, I mean, I'm going to assume no planes are coming. Not that I can check. Now the other fun fact is actually the livery on this plane is loosely based on two things. One is, of course, FedEx. FedEx is actually based off of FedEx livery because I just need a framework to work off of. See, we are clear. Make sure I cross rather quickly. Man, it wasn't stormy, but it was cloudy earlier. And the other thing that this livery is based off of is if anyone was part of Kazi's Mustang Cup, I have a Group 4 Mustang that looks very similar to this. Except instead of an airplane, it's a spaceship on it, because it was originally, that was the name of a spaceship in Elite Dangerous that I was flying. So that's a fun game. Not really stream worthy in my opinion. Just, it's not nerdy enough. Alright folks, we are at the runway here. So I'm going to go over to my radio. And we are going to request clearance.
Miami Tower Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy ready for IFR departure runway 12.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy altimeter 29.84 wind 227 at 27. Cleared for takeoff runway 12.
Cleared for takeoff runway 12 Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy.
Oh, it's this one. I always move it around them. It's really annoying. So this is adjusting the barometric pressure because your altimeter is based off of that. So let's get going. All right, crew, please take your seats for takeoff. Yeah, that is a tight turn for this big bird. Yeah, they do. I thought the same thing, Josh. Alrighty. Now what I flipped there, that is the auto throttle. So once we're in the air, it will limit my speed to 200 knots. Oh man, the wind is really fighting me. Actually really having to adjust the rudder. You can kind of see the plane is wandering a little bit on the runway. That is just the wind that is just kicking it up. there in here? Oh shit. Come on. Pick it up, please. Woo! Probably made some people in that car kind of piss their pants a little bit, but we are in the air. Barely.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy contact Miami departure on 125.75. Good day.
So I'm going to need the speed here.
Going to 125.75 Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy.
Alright. I'm on a VNAV. Yeah. Speeding with the flaps there, that's what that's doing. That's an overspeed warning. But that's okay. We are at speed and flaps are up. So we should be good.
Miami departure Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy is passing 2,700 feet, climbing 11,000 feet.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy Miami departure altimeter 29.84 continue to Wolfo as planned.
Alright. We are airborne. I'm going to turn up this. Weather. And data. That should give me everything I need. And the position data too, just so I can see where I am. So this is my nav screen. Basically keeps everything in order for me. We are now.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy contact Miami Center on 123.775. Good day.
123.775 Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy. Miami Center Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy is at 8,500 feet, climbing 11,000 feet.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy Miami Center altimeter 29.83 continue to Wolfo as planned.
Okay. Josh, that's pretty funny. I love that movie. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. Oops, come on, another one. Thank you. We don't need those lights on. Wing and logo lights we do not need on because we are not flying at night at the moment.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy climb and maintain 17,000 feet.
Just beautiful.
Climb and maintain 17,000 feet Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy.
Now there is a YouTube channel that I watch called the 7-4 Gear, or no, 7-4 Crew. Gear is his merch store, and he's a 747 pilot. Mainly flies cargo, and what he says is typically when you're flying for airlines, you want to try and make the flight as smooth as possible. Don't want really too many bumps or anything like that. So like if you encounter like turbulence and stuff like that, typically what you do is, as the pilot, you would slow down, and because he flies cargo, you just sort of power through. Severe turbulence is actually a lot worse than you think it is. You think severe turbulence, okay, we're jittering around, but no, it's actually a lot more violent, and the plane is fine. Fortunately for us, we are having a relatively smooth flight now that we're above that weather. This plane really stands out up in the sky. I like it. Now, of course, if you're wondering what our cargo is, first of all, it's invisible. It's a brand new cargo thing. So if we were to look back there, as you saw, it actually, I'll do this from.
1776 heavy climb and maintain flight level 290.
I'll take care of this first, then we'll fly back there.
Climb and maintain flight level 290 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, contact Miami Center on 132.15. Good day.
Alright. Oh, is that
132.15 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy. Miami Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy is at 17,900 feet, climbing flight level 290.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, Miami Center. Continue to Wolfo as planned.
So yeah, that's the invisible cargo. So, pretty cool. Brand new technology. Don't know really the implications of it. To answer your question, Enra, yes, it does go in real time. When I said this is an 8-hour and 40 flight, this is an 8-hour and 40 flight. It's gonna be a long haul. So, for me, I've got lunch in my fridge. I have whiskey on my shelf. I'm set for the next 8 hours. You may come and go as you please. I'm the only one that has to be here the whole time. Yeah, that's why I like this game. Again, it goes full nerd. Between this, like X-Plane, there's a few other good flight simulators out there, and I know that Mayday plays, I think it's called DCS or something. I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but basically, it's like this, but for fighter planes. It's like similar levels of realism. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it is a 1-to-1 scale Earth with real flight data and real weather data. Because now, granted, the clouds are coded to certain weather conditions, but that rain, it's really raining in Miami. This cloud, the cloud layers and stuff like that, that's relatively accurate to, I mean, within reason. I mean, you can't look outside and see these exact cloud formations because they're not 100% accurate, but they're pretty close. Now, as far as the whiskey is concerned, because later in the day I will be imbibing, because, again, it's a long flight, I've got an assortment. Up on my top shelf, because my monitor's in the way of my lower shelf, I've got the Speyburn 10-year, which is a lovely Speyside Scotch whiskey, fairly cheap. I've got the Macallan Double Gold Cask, which is, it's an all-right pour. I prefer Macallan's better options. I have the Glenlivet, which no, not Glenlivet, Glenfiddich 14-year Bourbon Barrel Edition. That one's really tasty. Courtesy of Wales, I have a Penderyn Celt whiskey. I have a Glenmorangie, which is a Highland Scotch. I've got my absolutely cherished Lafroig Triple Wood. I have my Oban 14. I have my Lagavulin 8-year. So yeah, it's gonna be. It's gonna be a nice flight. We are now officially over the Atlantic Ocean. Granted, we didn't have to go much further for that, given we were in Miami. We should get Todd in here too. I know he likes, he was talking about joining on the radio. So again, if you want to join the WSA Flight Radio, that is of course in the GLR Discord, under voice channels, which is down all the way at the bottom below the games. I am, of course, live there, and you will be able to talk on here. I know some of you don't like hearing your own voice. I don't either, but hey, I'm entertaining myself, so that's fine. Man, look at the weather in here. Sometimes you have to actually double press that to get it to update. Josh, you're not that far off. You know, there's actually a really strong industry to try and figure out how to speed up the aging process while still being able to have quite the... Oh, speak of the devil. Hey, Todd. I was talking about you just a little bit before. I was saying you were going to probably join. But, yeah, there...
Climb and maintain flight level 310, Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy.
Alrighty. So we are now officially at our cruising altitude. So, ladies and gentlemen, oops. Just ignore the... Unplugged. Oh, you still there? Yes, we are. Alright, my controller decided to unplug when my screw fell off my computer, because I have my case open, because I bought a new hard drive. But, because we are at cruising altitude, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I have turned off the... Actually, I should probably turn off the fasten seatbelt sign, or I'll just blink it off at you, because I had it off the entire time. And you may now move about the cabin. However, we always recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin, a very small, only 4-seat cabin, to offer you hot or cold drinks, or actually you could probably make them yourself. As well as there will be lunch in a little bit. As to be expected, alcoholic drinks are fully available with our compliments. As always, we have an assortment of whiskey, and I will probably be enjoying my Glenfiddich 14-year bourbon barrel one, because that is delicious and I haven't had it in a while. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. And thank you for flying with Whiskyfile Logistics, a Whiskyfile Spirit Airlines subsidiary. Yeah, I've heard that too. Gives it a nice saltiness too, which I really like. Got a Japanese whiskey with that. It's a Kayo Mizunara oak. They age them at sea.
1776 Heavy, contact Miami Center on 134.2. Good day. Generic 8 Quebec Sierra, contact Palm Beach approach on 125.2. Good day.
134.2 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy.
125.2 generic 8 Quebec.
Miami Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, flight level 310.
Interesting.
Red Tail 1776 Heavy, Miami Center, continue to Wolfo as planned.
It's quite the speed up, because, I mean, I know whiskey takes quite some time. We're flying very fast. Yeah, so currently we are doing 0.78 Mach. We'll probably be cruising at about probably 0.81, 0.82, something like that. I believe this plane tops out at 0.85, but I see that starts to overspeed, I will engage this, because the flight data thing should be fine. You typically don't want to overspeed because you don't want to stress out the plane. Ah, that would make sense. Okay, yeah, we're overspeeding. Or actually, we're fine. Alright, that's cool. I guess you can cruise at 0.9 Mach. That's neat. It's just, it leveled up. That's cool. Man, we are booking it. So what's my ground speed? My ground speed's 594 knots, which is pretty darn quick. We'll pull the calculator here. Check out speed, so you guys can see this real easy. Let's see what my speed map, 594. So almost 1,100 kilometers per hour, and for the Americans watching, 683.5 miles an hour, which is just wickedly quick. Ooh, Enra. I am excited. I'm guessing the only thing you're needing is the Whiskyfile logo, which I won't do it during this stream. I could. To be honest, I've got the time. Alright, when we're over the ocean, I might do that. Which I find kind of funny. I can do graphic artwork while mid-flight. Just gotta keep an eye on the radio. Oh yeah, wood chips are pretty common for like small batch. Plus, given that oak is kind of getting in short supply. See, they electrically charge it and get 5. Interesting. Is the whiskey any good? Because accelerating it like that seems a bit aggressive. Oh yeah. Alright, but I will probably do that during the flight, Enra, because yeah, I just found it kind of funny that I can do that. Hey, Doug! Happy to have you aboard, sir. We are flying freedom to Britain because they're in desperate needs of it. Because what we've got aboard is we've got some Kentucky bourbon, courtesy of Todd there. We've got Guinness, because Mikey is always in need of that. And we've got freedom. Given that this is a cargo flight, it is self-serve, so there is a full open bar if you look just to your left. Yeah, Doug, I'll show you, yeah, we are definitely flying freedom. So yeah, here's the WSA flight. And if I can actually get in here, that's where you're seated. Bar and galley and all food are available right here. And all the invisible cargo is right back here. Plus, if you want to join me up here in the cockpit, there are 2 seats right back there, and I'm sure there's a jump seat somewhere, I believe, in that little cabin. I do have Let's Go Brandon on a Southwest 737, which tickles me greatly. I'm gonna see if I have that on here. I'm guessing I put that in liveries. Gotta scroll through a lot of stuff. Did I put it there? Oh no, it wasn't that. It's that when I didn't have this game. Just scroll through. Oh wait, no, I know exactly where it is. And all my illegal flying around London. That was fun. There it is. I found it. Yep. Slap that right on the side. It's a thing of beauty. By all means, we also have a full assortment of sodas. I have Dr. Pepper cream soda in my fridge that is absolutely divine. Yes, Todd, your crate of barbecue to share with the Brits is aboard as well. It is, I'm surprised that you filled up a full cargo container. I mean, those things, they're not as big as the ones that you put on ships, but they're big. It's a lot of meat. So, let's see, where are we exactly? I'm going to pull up my map here. So we are currently just off the coast of Florida. About, what, probably, yeah, we're probably about 60 miles off the coast of Miami. And let's check the weather here. And it's still just a, there's a lot of,
Miami Center, generic November 762 Quebec Sierra is at flight level 450, descending 10,000
there's a lot of rain down there.
Generic November 762 Quebec Sierra, Miami Center, continue as planned.
Yeah, we won't be over land until we're over North Carolina, where we'll be flying pretty much by Wilmington, and then fly basically following the coast all the way up to New York and Long Island, touch Boston, and just a bit of the tip of Massachusetts, fly over Nova Scotia in Canada, then fly over Saint-Pierre, which is part of Canada. Probably get to see Newfoundland and Labrador. And then we'll be fully over the ocean before we fly over Ireland as we take, I talked about this a little bit in the Discord, there's actually somewhat precise flight lanes for flying over the Atlantic. And it's basically just to limit the amount of flight time that you are over open ocean. No, Matt, unfortunately we will not be diving. We are currently at our cruising altitude, and we will be taking along our flight plan all the way through to London. Maybe when I land, maybe I'll keep the stream going and I'll fly in a different plane. Although this one can barrel roll. I was doing some sketchy flying over London when I was testing it out. See, that'll make Todd happy. Because it's boobies! Haha! It's 11 in the morning.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Miami Center on 132.25. Good day.
132.25 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy. Miami Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
I am locking the door.
1776 Heavy Miami Center. Continue as planned.
I don't drink all day, Todd. You know this about me. I'm a lightweight.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy contact Miami Center on 124.1. Good day.
Yeah, but see, it's lunchtime now.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy.
Yeah, Josh remembers the last flight.
Miami Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy Miami Center. Continue as planned.
Well, then be the clouds, and I can take you under them because we got the showcase camera. And we will speed up the speed of this thing because it is very slow. Biplane. Yeah, I'm a dork. Everyone knows. Yeah, look, a rainbow. Ooh, we got choppy seas. We would not want to crash down here. That's all under the clouds. But, let's get back to my plane. Boop. Yeah, Enra, I'm the only responsible adult on this flight. Oh, that's good to hear. You know, I like the Xbox. I have an original Xbox and I have a 360, but never got the one, and don't really know if I'm going to get a Series X. I kind of doubt it, given I have a PC. Bring up OBS, and I'm going to check and see what else do I have. That's my caption, that's media. Got a blank screen. You know, if I didn't just get completely demonetized, I could put on a movie. I mean, we could always put on my own videos, but that would only last you about 10 minutes worth of entertainment. The original Xbox was actually pretty good. I think it was massive. The controller, the first controller was huge. It's the size of a dinner plate. But the revised one is very similar to the 360, and they've just kept that design going ever since. And I actually really prefer it over a PlayStation controller. That's actually the reason why I fly with one, because I picked this up actually for Cyberpunk, which I really enjoyed. That was a fun game. Should have had a lot more depth to it, but I bought the Cyberpunk Xbox One controller, and it is a nice controller, very good quality stuff. And the artwork on it's actually pretty cool. It's got like sort of a matte aluminum finish, then a matte brushed finish on the other side. A bunch of scrapes on it. It's pretty neat. Yeah, I wonder how do you how do you stream on an Xbox? Oh, that's good. That's good, Enra. Glad you got that on there. No. No, Josh. We are not playing that game. It is not Friday. Bad, Josh. Bad. Trying to get me drunk at 11 o'clock in the morning. Lots of clouds, and we are booking it at 0.91 Mach. Now the plane will tell me when it's overspeeding. It is perfectly happy cruising along at this altitude, at this speed, so we actually might get there a little early. We've got ourselves, it's a crosswind, but a tailwind. You can see the indication here. There's about a 76 knot tailwind that's sort of diagonal across the left side, left to right. So would happily have you, buddy. It's always good to have you. Todd, stop it. Yeah, we've currently been streaming for a little over an hour. And do I not have a clock on here? Clock should be oh yeah, because the 787 has a clock that basically runs the whole time. It's pretty nice, but apparently this plane is a little bit too old. At least they got a pencil. Play Hangman. That'd be fun. But you have to finish the glass anytime the 8-ball tells you to drink. See, that'll be a real dangerous game. Well, let's see if there's any flights around me. Because I don't think anyone's going along this side. There's one plane off to our left. I don't know where exactly. I don't know if we can even see it. That's a star planet. I don't even see that plane. So what I'm looking at is on my map. I've got a map to my side here. There's a plane there, I just don't know what it is. It doesn't give me any of the identification data on them. Oh man, I am glad I'm not flying in that. That is some heavy rain. You'll fortunately be flying well above that, because that is what is all over here.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Jacksonville Center on 134.0. Good day.
134.0 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy.
Pizza does sound good, but sandwiches are also delicious. I'm gonna have a quesadilla.
Jacksonville Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy Jacksonville Center. Continue to Avena as planned.
Nice. Guessing that's hockey, correct? Because I'm terrible with sport team names. Feel free, boys. Happy to have you aboard. Todd, join the WSA chat. Be fun to banter back and forth with you. Nice. Good father-daughter time. Enjoy, Doug. Granted, this flight will probably still be going after the game is finished.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Jacksonville Center on 120.85. Good day.
120.85 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy. Jacksonville Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail
Bye, Josh.
1776 heavy
Enjoy your nap.
Jacksonville Center. Continue to Avena as planned.
Seriously, Todd, hop on the WSA flight radio. Get on the voice chat. You just scroll all the way to the bottom. You'll find voice channels, and you'll see little plucky JD right there. Do it. Also, Todd, I completely reworked the flight safety video. Instead of flight, instead of using flight clips, I used Castaway because.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Jacksonville Center on 128.7. Good day.
128.7 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy. Jacksonville Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy Jacksonville Center, continue as planned.
Given Castaway uses a cargo aircraft because it's a FedEx plane. You've talked to me many times completely sober. Alright, I'll make you a deal, Todd. At lunch, once I finish my food, then I'll have a drink. That'll be in about an hour. You can manage. This way we don't have to deal with the delay in the chat, because there's about a 5 to 10 second delay, I believe. Jerk. Ooh, we got a plane flying at us. He's flying well above us though, so no risk or anything like that, but we get to play the fun game of Southwest 918. Let's see where they are. I'm guessing they're flying to Miami. Flying from Baltimore, it looks like. Yeah. Ooh, flying to Montego Bay. Nice. And of course, all Southwest jets are 737s. I didn't even have to look that up. Oh, that is a Todd. Hello, Todd. Welcome aboard.
And I can't hear you through the phone button.
Oh, that's silly.
I can still hear it through the screen.
Okay, well it should be live, but wonder why it's not doing that.
I'm just trying to do.
Could be a setting. Have you turned the sound up on your phone?
Not there at all. Every time I turn it up, I'm doing louder. I don't hear you at all.
Huh.
That's it.
Very strange. 5 Ds. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
Southwest 918, contact Jacksonville Center on 120.85. Good day. Going to 120.85 Southwest 918.
So yeah, you are the first guest I've had aboard a flight. Usually everyone else is talking through the chat, but you're the first one.
I don't hear anybody else in there.
What was that?
I don't hear anybody else.
No, I'm saying you're the first one.
Oh.
I've never had a guest before. It's always been oh so lonely in the cockpit. No one's sitting beside me. Even though in flight, actually, there is a there is a co-pilot. She's a lady. It's because it was just random. So how you doing, Todd?
Not too bad. Watching Angels baseball game replays.
Nice. Hopefully good ones,
Good
not
one.
the bad ones.
Oh yeah, they're playing them on the MLB network right now.
Oh yeah, there's a restaurant locally that'll always have those on when there's not a game. It's a place called Geezers. It's a whole golf club thing, like theme to it,
Nice.
because young geezers, old people,
That's
and they
cool.
always have sports stuff on it. It's actually good food. I like them.
Yeah, earlier it was the game when Albert Pujols got his 3,000th career hit.
Nice.
This is the second game that Albert Pujols went back to St. Louis and he hit a home run, and the St. Louis fans gave him a standing ovation and a curtain call.
Nice.
Every time he comes up to the bat, they're giving him a standing ovation. Pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Kind of made me think that he retired or something since they're doing this. I don't think he has.
Now, how long has he been on the team?
He was with the Cardinals for 11 years, 10 years with the Angels, and then they let him go last year and he signed with the Dodgers.
Oh, that must have rubbed you the wrong way.
I didn't like it at all, but it's all right. I didn't like that they let him go either.
Eh. Of course, it was probably all business and money.
Oh, they were going to be paying him like $34 million to be a reserve player, basically. He'd be spending most of his time coming off the bench, not actually playing.
To be paid $34 million to sit on your ass most games, that's...
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind it.
he didn't really want to do that or have that role, so they'd let him go so he can go play somewhere else and maybe get more time, and then they ended up having to pay his whole contract to play for the damn Dodgers.
Well, you know.
So they paid him $34 million last year to play for the Dodgers.
That's stupid. Baseball. I will, I enjoy watching the games. I will never understand all the behind-the-scenes things, because some of that stuff is wacky. I mean, what went through their heads for that?
Well, I think they signed him to a 10-year, $280 million contract, or that was rounding up,
Ah, okay.
and it was backloaded, assuming he was probably not going to play the full 10 years because he was getting up in age and his injuries. And then they signed him to a contract for after, a 5-year contract for after his playing days, to still be like a team representative. So, I think getting out of that contract was probably the smartest thing they did about it at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Except now they're not going to have him around for that 5 years afterwards as like a mentor to the young guys coming up.
Makes sense. So I assume you are having an adult beverage? Courtesy of...
I just finished a glass of moonshine. I was thinking about pouring another.
Nice. Yeah, you really
It's
like
actually
that moonshine.
enhanced with the Glencairn glass.
Well, yeah, Glencairn glasses, man, they let just about any spirit breathe in them. They're just amazing. They'll hold the aroma, make a nice. They're good for swirling.
So the problem with what happened on Friday night is I got used to drinking out of the Glencairn glass and filling up to a certain amount because I've got the first letter of my last name etched on the glass. So
Oh,
I
nice.
poured right to the bottom of it. It's about a 1.5 ounce pour,
Oh,
which
jeez.
is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but with moonshine.
Huh?
I said, but with moonshine.
Yeah, but I didn't use my Glencairn glass on Friday night. I used my Maker's Mark glass and filled it up to the same level, like tall.
That would do it.
Yeah, my Maker's Mark glass is about 4 times the volume of the Glencairn. So I probably had about, was that 6 shots of moonshine before we started?
Good lord. Yeah, that does explain a lot. Hey, Enro, welcome back.
I was barely able to start my our talk when I first started the party chat last night or on Friday. I'm glad it took a while for a few of the people to show up.
And I'm sad I missed that. I was at FedEx waiting for my phone because they tried to deliver to my house, but I was at work. So then I had to go to the facility. Fortunately, the facility was right by my work, but I wanted my phone, man. I didn't want to have to drive to work on a day that I didn't have to drive to work.
Don't blame me there.
American 2489
Should be watching Band of Brothers right now instead of this. I've already seen this.
Report them inside.
You're talking my flight.
American 2878 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 34.
Or are you talking
Exactly.
oh, you're talking baseball.
Report them inside.
I thought you were being
Oh no!
a jerk.
American 2489
Oh man, that's funny.
A man with thinner skin would have been hurt by that. I just found it funny. Oh, we got a plane up there. Let's see if it'll give an ID on it.
I didn't even get what you were talking about at first.
And 443QS.
And then I realized I said watch Band of Brothers instead of watching this shit. I didn't mean the stream. I'm glad you realized I didn't mean that.
Hey, being a bit of a dick is my shtick, not yours.
I try not to be. I have my moments though, I'm sure.
Yeah, you do. But that's why we love you. Huh, I got no information on that aircraft. It's saying it's apparently on flightaware.com. It just says last seen, which just seems sort of ominous.
That's pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Is your plane gone down and you don't know it?
No, mine is flying. The N443QS plane that just flew over. I'm trying to see where they're going. Oh, it's an Embraer EMB 505. I have no idea what this plane is. It's probably a small jet, but
I hear some yelling upstairs. I may have to cut the voice chat thing short.
okay.
Go do some regulating.
But feel free to join back in at any time. Again, I will be here for the whole 8 hours and 40-minute flight time.
Well, I hope so. You're the damn pilot.
Although I will take a brief break to make myself some lunch. Might make myself some tea and then have myself a drink afterwards.
This thing ain't gonna fly itself.
Actually, it will. It kind of is. Autopilot, man. Plugged in all my and everything.
Then
And
what
it
the
just
hell
goes.
am I getting so much money for?
It's for that.
I
Basically,
thought it was because of the damn pilot that's getting me there's a salary. I mean, dude's got to be worth something.
now see, the reason why the pilot is worth something is what happens when that fails. Pilot's the one that'll hopefully keep you from exploding.
Yeah, but there's failsafe.
Some. But tell that to Malaysia Flight 370.
We've seen what happens when the pilots take control. Have you seen all of the videos of Spirit Airlines flights? People freaking hitting the roofs.
Oh my god. I've seen stuff sort of like that, but good lord. Fortunately, Whiskyfile Spirit Airlines, not affiliated with Spirit Airlines because we give you more legroom, is a much smoother flight. Even when we're just flying
Wife
cargo.
showed me a video where they were in the middle of beverage service,
Oh no.
and all of a sudden you see the freaking cart and the flight attendant fly up and hit the top of the freaking plane and drop back down, and there is crap all over the people that was around it.
Jeez.
It was crazy.
Yeah, see, the most budget airline that I will fly is Southwest. I won't
Air
do...
pockets are air pockets, man.
Yeah, they
Could
are.
happen to anyone.
I know it'll happen to anyone, but still. Spirit just sort of...
Spirit is the one that gets all the publicity because everybody on that thing is ignoring the cell phone rule.
No, I remember watching, it was a quick video that was clearly out of LAX, because I've been in that airport way too much. And there's two people fighting it out, just wailing on each other. And TSA's not doing a damn thing, security's not doing a damn thing. These people are just bashing each other, and other people are just walking around with their luggage, just hum-de-dum-dum-dum. It's just a typical day in LA. And someone in the comments put probably a Spirit Airlines terminal. Three slices of bread with butter, mayo, salami, and cucumber.
They're the
That actually
only
sounds pretty good.
airline that gives you a non-stop flight from here to LA.
Which one?
Spirit.
Really?
Yeah.
Where would you fly out of?
Louisville.
Okay. Now, is that to LAX or to
So on
Burbank?
your way back from London, going back to Ontario, drop by and pick me up.
Huh. You know, I mean, it's kind of all the way over there. Actually, it's more like there. It's pretty far. Don't know if I can quite pick you up.
Oh, come on.
Maybe on my way back.
That's what I said, on your way back.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Although I'm going the long way around the Earth.
Oh, you're going to continue east?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because once I'm in Britain, I'm gonna do. So next week I'm planning just sort of a VOR flight similar to what I did in Seattle. Just kind of fly around in a prop plane, just have some fun. And after that, then I might do some flights in and around Europe. I do want to try and go to Zurich's airport because I remember flying in there once and it's pretty. I don't know how good it is in game, but I'm curious.
You should go do some illegal prop flying around the pyramids.
Sounds like fun. I might do that when I start going over the Middle East.
You might get shot down.
Nah, I'm wily. And I
Go
do
to
have
Karnak.
I do have a P-51 in this. I might do that.
Oh hell yeah! Is it armed?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh man,
I know, but it's pretty.
it is pretty.
And the cockpit to that thing is really cool looking. They tried to go as authentic as they could. man, I am so glad I'm not flying into that. It's just all red and magenta. That's terrifying. You're probably getting rained on, aren't you?
Here we were getting snow a little bit ago.
Okay.
Showed that snow was in the forecast for today and tomorrow, but we barely got a dusting. Nothing on the grass. There's a little on my deck.
Hey, it's more than I get.
Looks like a bunch of little bird shits all over my deck because of the snow not melting.
See, the difference is your snow just looks like bird shit. I just got bird shit. It's a lot less fun to play in.
I bet.
And Enra, I will happily come to the fjords.
Oh yeah, I want to see you fly through those.
Yeah, because I think those would be really fun, just sort of screw around flights.
Heavy contact Jacksonville Center on 120.85. Good day.
Go see the land of my ancestors through your video games, guys.
Sounds good.
Jacksonville Center, Whiskyfile, Redtail, 1776 Heavy, flight level 310.
Yeah, haven't.
Redtail 1776 Heavy, Jacksonville Center. Continue to India Lima, live as planned.
So I'll be planning out those flights probably through the week. Plan out a few of them just so that way I don't have to kind of do too much, because the VOR flights, they're actually pretty easy. I just got to find out where I'm going to take off and where I'm going to land. Everything else I can do without filing anything, which is nice. I mean, filing, it's just I go onto a website and punch in some things. Ooh, we are, I mean, not that you can see it, but we are approaching land. Look, land.
How freaking land is out in the middle of the Atlantic?
I believe that's North Carolina.
Where'd you leave from?
Miami.
Oh, you're out on the Outer Banks?
Mm-hmm.
The Grand Banks, or whatever they're called?
Yes,
The
sir.
islands?
Let's see, what's KSUT? That is Cape Fear. That's a very reassuring name. But in Oak Island,
Fear?
North Carolina, that's the airport. So this is like the lower tip of North Carolina, and that's Cape Fear Airport basically. And KILM, that's Wilmington. So we're making good progress.
So you flying straight north to go east?
Yeah, so the reason for that, and here I'll pull this up on screen. So this is my flight path. Right now I'm flying basically here, we're right here in the flight path. What we have to do is, in order to get basically clearance into London, we have to fly, because it's a twin-engine aircraft, it's not rated for really long flights over ocean, so they try and shorten it as much as possible for safety reasons. So basically I fly up along the coast of the US, fly up along the coast of Canada, over Nova Scotia, over Labrador basically, and then this is like the shortest jaunt that I can, and I try and get into these lanes to basically fly in. So I hit these points here, here, and here as I make my approach, and these are like tightly regulated lanes that are very very well managed. I don't know how well the game is gonna show that, but for me, like, I don't know how much intensiveness the radio is gonna be, but those are like, they schedule those much tighter than they do over land.
You said that was more for a shortest distance over the ocean?
Correct, because this is a twin-engine aircraft, obviously, and if one engine fails, well, I've got to make an emergency landing. If you're in a Boeing 747, you've got 4 engines. If one of those fails, you're usually able to carry on flying just fine. You can actually fly on one engine in a 747 and still be okay, but the chances of a multi-engine failure is pretty low in a 747 versus a twin engine. You've only got 2 engines, so it's a bit riskier.
Unless you fly through a mega flock of snow geese.
Or through a volcano, as did happen with the 1747.
Iceland.
Yeah. No, it wasn't Iceland. It was Indonesia. There was a volcanic eruption in the 80s, and a 747 flew through an ash cloud, not realizing it. And there was like minor reports in the weather data that they had, but it was never really a major concern. They had never really realized it would be. And all of a sudden, all 4 engines shut down. And they were just like, oh shit, we got to turn around. And then as they were turning around, they started getting the engines back. And then they flew through the cloud again, the engines failed. And so, fortunately, the pilots landed the plane. But it was genuinely terrifying.
I bet.
Washington Center, Whiskyfile, Redtail, 1776 Heavy Flight Left 310.
The noisemakers came downstairs. I gotta get out of your chat so I don't ruin your stream.
Alright, say hi to the noisemakers for me.
JD says hello to the noisemakers.
Hi, guys.
See you, man. I'll keep watching.
Alright, see you, buddy.
Messing with you in chat.
Thanks for joining.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Always a pleasure. Oh yeah, Anna, that is a serious concern. I remember.
Hey, how do I leave this thing?
Oh, there should be like a hang-up thing. Oh, you figured it out. Yeah, I mean, given that planes fly because of fast-moving air, yeah, if you got strong winds like that, yeah, they can pick up planes, certainly small ones. Yeah, what was the name of that flight? It was a British Airways flight, I know that. British Airways Flight 009, which, let's see, it was flying from Heathrow to Auckland with stops in Bombay, Kuala Lumpur, Perth, and then Melbourne. And it was in June 24 of 1982. And it flew through Mount, oh goodness, I don't know how to pronounce this, Galungung, Galung, and it was erupting, and yeah, stopped all 4 engines. Basically, they were just caked the front of the airplane. They had reports of St. Elmo's fire, which is this crazy light. I mean, they would just describe this crazy light show on the front of the aircraft and on the leading edges of the wings. And we're flying through some clouds here. And when they landed, the paint was pretty much stripped off the front of the aircraft. And the engines were just caked with volcanic ash. Very famous incident, because having all 4 engines fail is very rare for a 747 or really any quad engine plane. I believe there's 3 in commercial flight. Let's see, it's obviously the 747, the A380, which is the big jumbo, and then I think it's an A340, Airbus A340, I think has 4 engines. Or is it the 350? I do not remember. Oh, it's the A340. Looks like that. It's nice actually sharing the windowed screen, because now I can just sort of slide things over like that. Ooh, I am hungry. Alrighty folks, well I am going to take a little bit of a break, and what we're going to do food. No, that's not it. Oh, I can select the size. See, that's that's what it is. And we'll do this at 200. No. Onto that. Oh, it's because the text was locked. I know how computers work. I only use them every day. And what we'll do is we will shift radio to... So because we're using just we're using autopilot for this, I only need to do radio communication. Alrighty folks. I will be right back. What we'll do is, actually I'll make this pretty.
American 1837 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 360 to Newark. Report them in sight. Major 11 traffic is 8 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 345 to Newark. Report them in sight.
Well, I am back. My food is currently in the oven. But, Enra, you take care. Hopefully you're safe. I know the storms can be really nasty, so you take care, buddy.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy Washington Center. Continue to Sierra Bravo Yankee as planned.
And what we're going to do is, for the time being, turn off control the radio. We'll hop back in the cockpit. Let's see where we are at the moment. Okay, well, weather is certainly clear. We're flying. Basically, we're flying now over the Chesapeake Bay. We're flying by. There's no major airports in this area. KLFI. Which is Langley. So we're flying over Langley, Virginia.
Southwest 5953, contact Washington Center on 123.85. Good day.
So again, we've made some pretty good progress. Flying over the, basically in and around the U.S. Capitol area. I got family that lives out here, across the Chesapeake Bay every time I go out to them, because they are in Delaware. Home state of our houseplant of a president. And I know, I shouldn't insult houseplants like that. Fun fact, I'm drinking out of a leftist tears mug, if you want to know where I stand on things. It amuses me greatly.
Washington Center, American 1837 is at flight level 290.
Okay, no one's watching it at the moment. Oh, I forgot I could turn off the food
American
thing.
1837, Washington Center, continue as planned.
I do have to say, OBS is a wonderful piece of software. Because, you know, if I ever talk about Jameson, I got this set up. It's nice. Really does exemplify how I feel about Jameson. It's not good. Oh, it just cracks me up. What's this image? Oh, yeah, there's my tumbler. It's pretty cool. I like it. It's insulated, which is awesome. I think those are all the gags that I have right now. Huh, that was a pun. I just realized that Jameson gag. It is a nice tumbler. I love this thing. I drink out of it at work. That's in California. You could do this in Kentucky and not be lynched, but in California, it's risky. But worth it.
Generic 610, you are 56 miles north.
Flying over Chesapeake Bay, Maryland, DC area. I'm getting food. I'm still flying, and although again, it's a Dr. Pepper, but I know you like the sound of a can. Just for you, Todd. Don't worry, I'll be having whiskey after my food. Just, you know how I am when I'm hungry and don't have anything on my stomach and then I drink is bad. Man, I should move to Kentucky. That's like a hell yeah and a high five. Although what's really funny are the co-workers who are very staunchly left. They either haven't acknowledged my Tumblr or they haven't noticed it, and I find that just as funny. Oh man, shine number 3. Keep shining like that, Jack Nicholson will be coming after you with an axe. Yeah, they ain't the brightest bunch. Ah, lovely plane. I'm very pleased with it. Because the way that you have to do liveries on this is just kind of weird. So I wonder if I could pull one of these up. Ooh, I could pull up my 737 one. That'd be a fun one to look at.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 340 generic.
Yep,
Report
I
them
see it.
inside.
RPA 4855. Where are you?
Regular
RPA.
4855 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 305 Boeing. Report them inside.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy have the generic in sight.
They're flying from New York to Wilmington.
Brickyard 485, flight traffic in sight.
And they were not in any danger. They were just a little bit close. So they usually let you know within about 4 miles. Let's see here. I do believe it is this one. Or Photoshop starting. You'll see. Oh, Photoshop still starting. Yes, you can do Photoshop while flying. But that's what textures look like for a plane. So that's the 737 that I flew last week. So that's the belly, right side of the plane, left side of the plane, the tail.
Jet 1520 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 340 generic.
There are separate files for the wings and stuff too. Oh, we got another plane.
1776 heavy traffic is 1 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 320 generic. Report them inside.
I see him.
Generic 0 Romeo Delta traffic is 3 o'clock, 2 miles at flight level 305 Boeing. Report them inside.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy have the generic in sight.
Yeah, this is a very busy
Washington Center, American 2247 is passing
area.
flight level 320, descending 10,000 feet.
N800
520 have the traffic.
RD. Let's see what you are.
Generic 0 Romeo Delta have the Boeing in sight.
Just says HDJT, which I don't know what that is. Oh, Honda Jet. Oh, those things are cool. It's like this little micro private jet thing. It's like $5 million, but it's so cute and little. I mean, just look at the little guy. Has wing-mounted engines instead of on the tail. So it gives it a little bit more room there. That's a cute little plane. Sure they'd like to hear me call their plane cute. Yeah, probably, but they also know I kind of have an F-it kind of attitude about stupid things.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Washington Center on 132.05.
I mean, I told you about my coffee pot that's on my desk.
132.05 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy. Washington Center, Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy, flight level 310.
Basically, for those who are watching,
1776 Heavy, Washington Center, continue to VILLS as planned.
in 2020, we started going back to the office and working, and it was on November 11th, 2020. Don't worry, I wasn't counting. A health inspector came in, being reported from our marketing lady, who was a bit, she was sort of in the right in that she was annoyed.
FlexJet 589er, contact Washington Center on 132.55. Good day.
She was sort of annoyed just because they were doing some of the cleaning stuff, they weren't doing everything. And she called the health inspector on our place of work. So the health inspector comes in, and what does he do? He puts tape on our refrigerator, and he made us remove our coffee maker in the office. Now, I wanted to kill him, and I think I would have been justified in doing so. I also thought about putting a nail in his tire because it would have just amused me. But I did the next best thing. In 30 minutes, I had a kettle on order from Amazon. It came the next day, and I operated a coffee and tea speakeasy out of my filing cabinet in open defiance to it, as a nice giant middle finger to the state of California and our god awful governor. And during the, you know what? I'm gonna play that ad because it is funny and I can do it. And stop that. Sometimes the mouse is just a little aggressive, but I can play that, which means add media source. Don't worry, engines are just spooling down just because it was gaining speed. Let's see here if I can find that video. Patriot Coffee and Tea Speakeasy commercial. There it is.
But before we dive in, we are brought to you by Patriot Coffee and Tea Speakeasy. Has your draconian state acted tyrannically and taken away your office's coffee maker because of arbitrary dictates unmoored from scientific understandings of virology and transmission, despite the fact that vaccines are readily available and widely distributed, as well as dropping case rates proving that there is no logical reason to restrict any further? Well, 6 months ago, it happened to my place of work after a coworker reported us to my communist state of California. And those draconian dictates have continued to this day. My response, and I did this literally the day after the coffee maker got removed, I bought a tea kettle. Other coworkers also helped in supplying coffee filters, coffee, and tea, and we operate in open defiance of state orders that deny us basic amenities in the office. As we recall our complete failure of a governor, my coworkers and I enjoy freshly made coffee and tea because their unscientific, illogical, and purely ideological dictates mean absolutely nothing, especially in light of their hypocrisy, failings, and cover-ups. Join Patriot today and tell your state or your country they can go to hell. Just remember, don't be the state's thug, just bring a mug to Patriot Coffee and Tea Speakeasy, coming to any desk near you.
So, yeah, that was my commercial that I did for my Prohibition whiskey video. Seemed appropriate. What the hell?
Climb and maintain flight level 310, Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy.
Why am I dropping? Guess it didn't like that I was doing videos.
Southwest tree, 6 tree traffic in sight.
Alright, we're doing it this way. Come on. There we go. Alright, now we're Now we're back on track. I don't know why I was dropping like that. That was strange.
Piedmont 6006, contact Washington Center on 132.05.
No.
Good day.
Go up.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, please expedite your climb, flight level 310.
Yes, sir. Trying.
Going to 132.05 Piedmont
Plane's being
6006.
stupid. Alright. Come on. I don't know why you're dropping.
JetBlue 89er, to contact Washington Center on 124.775. Good day.
JetBlue 8902.
Alright.
Southwest Tree 633, contact Washington Center on 124.775. Good day.
I have no idea why it's doing this.
.775, Southwest Tree 633.
Generic Tree Hotel Bravo, contact Washington Center on 132.
See, this is why the pilots get paid the big bucks, because
Good day.
I'm having to fight the autopilot while it's doing stupid things. Alright, we're turning off auto throttle.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, please expedite your climb, flight level 310.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, contact Washington Center on 124.775. Good day. 124.775 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy.
Tell Melissa I say hi.
132.05 for Generic Tree Hotel Bravo.
Nope. Damn it. Stupid VNAV. Just hold. Damn it. Alright. We're gonna kill autopilot. And yeah, apologies for the rough flight, but we are off course and we are basically dealing with the autopilot that decided not to work anymore. So that's cool. But we're making a expedited climb, 3,000. Windshield wipers are going. Must have gotten a little precipitation. Don't get those on. I have a sun shield. That's cool. I didn't know it did that. Alright, our aggressive climb. Ah, that's also why. Come on, bird. Gain altitude. Go. Yeah, we are doing a very aggressive climb. thing is just not climbing. It does not want to stay up at 30,000. Engines are fine. Yeah, I'm climbing again, that's good. I have no idea why they dropped out. I guess it just really didn't like my Patriot Coffee and Tea Speakeasy commercial. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, come on. There we go. Got that engaged. Ramping up hold this altitude. Alright. Okay, that's always getting it to hold. That's good. Okay. Got that. No, I don't think so. I think it was just the autopilot was just acting real wonky. But I've got it held, so I'm going to go grab my food, because it's still in the oven. So, getting food, be right back. I know, it's risky after a crisis, but I think we're okay. Transfer that over.
New York Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy is at flight level 300, climbing flight level 310. Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, New York Center. Continue to wide as planned. New York Center JetBlue 520 is passing flight level 190, descending 2,000 feet. JetBlue 520 New York Center, continue as planned. Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 270 generic. Report them in sight. Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, have the generic in sight. Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile, flight level 275 generic. Report them in sight. Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, have the generic in sight.
Alrighty, I am back. Airplane seems to be still in the air, which is good. Seem to be back at 30,000 feet, which is also good.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, contact New York Center on 118.975. Good day.
Let's bring this back up to cruising at Mach.
118.975 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy.
Alright.
New York Center, Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, flight level 310.
I'm going to let her manage that while I sit back and eat.
1776 Heavy, New York Center. Continue to Hotel Tango, Oscar as planned.
Delicious. Delicious. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change that. Now it's eating food, so I'm going to mute my mic so I'm just eating your guys' ear. I will be back, but I'll be in the chat. I'll respond back that way, so feel free to enjoy I'll make this pretty. Oh goodness. There we go. That'll look nice.
Piedmont 6201, contact New York Center on 121.125. Good day. JetBlue 163, Sheila 50 miles south. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect vectors, ILS runway for right approach. Going to 121.125 Piedmont 6201.
Well, I am back. Had myself 4 delicious quesadillas, and they are now happily in my belly. If you're wondering where we are flying over just the easternmost tip of Long Island. Gets its name because it's an island, and it's very long, in case you didn't know that. But now you do. And if you did know that, and your palm is currently planted right on your forehead, that's a usual sight. Now again, I have no idea what was going on with the VNav. I think I actually do have a guess where the flight plan that I have might be too specific for the air traffic control. Now it should have stayed at 31,000 feet. That should be my entry into it. It might also be limiting my speed because I am going very fast. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. The fact that I'm already basically approaching Massachusetts now, that's some good time. But the so it might be slowing me down for that. I have no idea, but all I know is by shifting the autopilot around, so VNav. Now when I say VNav, that means vertical navigation, and it's doing it by the nav data that I've already input from SimBrief. And that will give you height, that'll give you altitude points at all the various checkpoints. So right now the next checkpoint that I'm at, actually I can't even see it on this. Is Tusky out there. So it'll actually say what it'll actually say what altitude I'm supposed to be at every time I hit those. And it should have been 31,000 the entire way. I even checked the nav beforehand, so it may be doing something based on time. I'm not sure. I have no idea why I decided to start dropping. Todd there suggested getting hit by YouTube. Who knows? But sometimes the autopilot acts a little bit strange. So my solution to it was to turn off VNav. LNav, which is lateral navigation, which deals with basically my routing. That's usually a lot harder to do. Fortunately, LNav is still working. But VNav I shifted to holding altitude, which is this button here underneath the altitude little dial. I tried doing it by messing with the vertical speed. It's usually how I do it, where I can actually control the vertical speed. I would usually set it at like 1,500 feet per minute, but for some reason that wasn't working. So I did a hold altitude, set it at 31,000 feet, and basically told the plane, do this or die. And it decided to do it, which is very generous of it. Sad that these buttons don't work. I'd like to press them and see what they do. But yeah, autopilot is actually very, very useful, and it's what pilots usually do. Most of the time, pilots are not flying the plane is flying the plane. The pilot is basically there to troubleshoot and to fix things, as well as basically manage the takeoff and landing. For the most part, they do still today. They do have some auto land features. I don't know if they have auto takeoff. Takeoff is easier than landing, and so typically they'd want the pilot in control during those moments, because that's really the moment where a crash can't be avoided if there's an interface in between. If the pilot is completely in control the entire time, they're more likely to pull out of any situation that could potentially be at risk. So maybe that's the reason why they don't have auto takeoff. But for auto landing, yeah, there are some features on some planes. Oh, we actually are above cloud cover, or out of the cloud cover. So further up this way is where Boston is. We are flying for KF and H. That'll be right here along this section. Let's see where that one is. Ah, Cape Cod. That's what that is. I always forget the name of Cape Cod. Oh, there's another plane down there. American Airlines 1637. They're flying from JFK to Boston, which, buddy, Boston's that way. It's over there. Where are you going? Maybe he's going back to JFK. Oh, it's saying it's arrived late. Interesting. And this flight is Boston to JFK. Okay, so that's what that one is. All right. So he's flying off to New York from Boston.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy contact Boston Center on 128.75. Good day.
128.75 Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy. Boston Center Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy, Boston Center. Continue to Tuskegee as planned.
Oh, look, there's the moon. Hi, moon. So, just checking the stream time now. We're at 2 hours and 40 minutes. But we are currently over Boston. No, actually, beside Boston. Boston's still way over there. But we are flying over Cape Cod. Cape Cod Airport's right there.
1776 heavy contact Boston Center on 132.9. Good day.
132.9 for Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy. Boston Center Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy Boston Center. Continue to Tuskegee as planned. Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy contact Boston Center on 128.75. Good day.
Going to 128.75 Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy. Boston Center Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy,
what
Boston
she's on.
Center. Continue to Tuskegee as planned.
Interesting. This just hooks into that, and you can hook that anywhere, can't you? Ah.
Jet
146 to you or 62 miles.
That's cool.
southeast. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect
Oh,
ILS
there's
runway
that throttle
15
in
right
this.
approach via AUX transition.
Do I have it back here?
Clear to AUX.
I do. That's cool. So it's just to block out sun and glare and whatnot while flying.
Generic 4 Foxtrot, contact Boston Center on 132.9er. Good day.
Yeah, I was gonna look up what that American Airlines
Descend
flight
and
was.
maintain 4,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 15 right approach by AADMS transition clear to AADMS JetBlue 462.
Ah, it's an Airbus A321, so that's what flight 1637 was.
Going
And
to 132.9er generic 4
the
Foxtrot.
A321, it's a smaller, it's a twin jet. I know that, but A321, because it's a smaller jet. I think it's like comparable to the. Yeah, it's sort of comparable to 737. It's a narrow body, short to medium range. Yeah, it has a range of 3,600 miles. So it basically fly anywhere in the continental United States, easy peasy. So they'll use that for regional to national. And now we're back over the Atlantic. Bye Boston, bye Cape Cod.
Boston Center generic November 4 Foxtrot is passing flight level 235 descending 10,000 feet.
Whiskyfile Retail 1776 heavy traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 270 generic.
That's
Report
below
them
me.
in sight.
Okay, yeah, I see.
JetBlue 462 traffic is 9 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 300 Boeing. Report them in sight. Whiskyfile Retail 1776 heavy have the traffic.
JetBlue 462 will have the Boeing in sight.
So JetBlue 462. They're going from San Juan. It's Puerto Rico, isn't it? Up to Boston. Yeah. That's the capital of Puerto Rico. A nice international flight. Very nice. Alrighty. Now we're flying. Let's see, Tusky is the next link. Basically, let's see, recall. That'll be the last one, wouldn't it? So right now I'm just looking at my routing and I'm seeing sort of where I'm going to be positioned. Yeah, so we're about a third, if not maybe 40% through this flight. Ooh. Just saw Doug's post from a bar. And it's a whiskey that I have not had yet. Oh, but it's a Speyside. It's called Shieldaig? I think it's how you pronounce it. Doug, you can correct me if I'm wrong if you're going to pop in. But Shieldaig is a 12-year-old Speyside Scotch. Now, Speysides, they're usually very mild and sweet. Usually their sweetness is more like a vanilla kind of sweetness rather than the fruitiness of, say, like a Highland. And I really like Speysides. Speysides are really good, easy drinkers. Let's see, Shieldaig. Yeah, let's look up. Ooh, and it's relatively cheap. It's only a $35 bottle of Scotch. That is in the happy range of JD Scotches. Love $30 and $35 ones that are cheap but good. Got a few on my shelf, but alright, so the details to it. Speyside Scotland, a fine classic single malt made from malted barley, which most Scotches are, which I think all Scotches are. A soft entry leads to a supple, dryish, medium-bodied palate with sweet spice finish. Perfectly balanced, best enjoyed neat or on the rocks, as are most whiskeys.
Going to 128 decimal to Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy.
It says that the tastes are delicate, spice, smoke. Interesting, a smoke from a Speyside that you don't see very often.
Boston Center Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskey Villa Red Tail 1776 Heavy Boston Center. Continue to Tusky as planned.
And a couple of people, let's see, they said the price, again, $35, that is pretty darn good for a Scotch. And you know my rule, it's a 30-80, $30 on the low end, 80 to the high end, you'll usually rarely go wrong. And here's a review that someone put, very good value in a surprisingly complex single malt that is definitely not sweet. Which is interesting because that goes counter to what's typical in Speysides, which I find really interesting. Huh. But I mean, Dougie, he said found at a bar. Doug, if you're in the chat, I was looking for a Speyside Scotch. I might do that. I'll keep note of it. Because I love Speyside Scotches. They're really good mild drinkers. Where the Highlands, they just got so much going on that it's hard to say if I like them or not. Because there's some that I love, like the Oban 14 is phenomenal. But then again, even Speysides, they can have some, like Macallan's a Speyside, and spoiler to a review at a future time, but the Macallan Double Gold Cask, there's a reason it's cheap. But other Macallan offerings are phenomenal, like the proper 12-year, the 15-year, the 18-year, those are just amazing, but they're expensive. Oh, also, just because we've got a bit of a lull here in radio, so we wrapped up a racing series called HHTCR. It's the Hugh Hattrick's Touring Car Racing League, where we raced front-wheel drive cars around 6 different tracks over the course of about 6 months. We did one race about every month, and man, it was fun. The cars that you could drive in the game, you had a Volkswagen Scirocco, Audi TT, Peugeot, oh, what is the stupid Peugeot called? Oh, the RCZ. Just couldn't remember that. I was thinking it was like a number, but it's definitely not. But they had the Peugeot RCZ, they had the Renault Megane, and I think that was it. And Jack, VQS Jack. Man, that kid is fast. And he basically ran away with the championship, but then Scotty Sr. there, he ran him down and actually had the chance to, what is that? I actually had the chance to run, to take the championship from him, but Jack was feeling under the weather. So he, Scotty actually fell back to third and let Jack win the championship, which both of them.
Redtail 1776 heavy contact Boston Center on 133.45.
Both of them are top tier drivers.
133.45 for Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy.
And in the season finale, the race that Mikey and I had, man, I tried to put so much pressure on him, but I just couldn't get past him.
Boston Center Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy Boston Center continue to Tusky as planned.
He had he was consistent, which I actually really wasn't. For some reason, I was feeling just a little bit off in practice. I mean, so I eventually, got back in the rhythm of things, but I was racing at Brands Hatch and doing practice, which Brands Hatch, it's a great track in Britain. And a good time on those tires is in the 129s, and if you're really quick, which Scotty was, is 128. But I was able to get, I wasn't even able to get into the 130s. I was doing like 132s, 131s, and I was just like, wow, what the heck is wrong with me? Ended up drinking copious amounts of caffeine and started to wake up, and then was able to get down to the 129s. But man, Mikey was just completely in form, and I was making little mistakes here and there, and there was no chink in his armor. I just couldn't. I put a ton of pressure on him, but I just couldn't get past him. Almost made a last lap ditch effort through, I believe it's turn 5, and just couldn't do it. But it was a great race. Go subscribe to, I believe it's Hugh Hattrick had it, Rue had it, which if you search HHTCR, you'll find the races, and look for the one for Brands Hatch, because the top tier split, man, those are quick guys. Had Mikey. Fortunately, Doug couldn't be a part of that one because his PlayStation decided to die. Fortunately, both he and I are getting PlayStation 5s, hopefully a little later this month. Let's see. Seal, of course, was in that one. And he's a phenomenal driver. And then there were some of the guys from Diaco. Oh yeah, I know, Doug. I was gutted for you, because it would have been so much fun having you in there. Just run the gambit with GLR, boys. So now that I got you in chat there, Doug, how was that scotch you showed in the pub there? The shield egg. See, the fun thing is we deal with YouTube latency. We are now officially out of the United States and into Canadian territory. Better than the Jura 10. Good to know, because I know I hear a lot of positive things about Jura. And for me, I've just never tried it, but I love a good Speyside Scotch, so I might have to add that. Now, for you, the reviews that I saw online, they talk about it not being sweet, but having a bit of a smokiness to it, which is unique for a Speyside, because usually they're more on the sweeter side and light.
776 heavy contact Moncton Center on 123.9er. Good day.
123.9er Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy. Moncton Center Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile
Okay.
Red Ale 1776 heavy Moncton Center.
Yeah, because I think Jura is Jura's an Islay, I think. But what was the shield egg? Yeah, Isle of Jura. That's an Islay Scotch. So those are typically usually smoky. But the shield egg, what was that one like? Because for it to be smoky, that's very unique for a Speyside. Well, if only there was a channel I could recommend for you to learn about Scotch. Yeah, that's a shameless plug. If I had a little bit of shame, I would be disappointed in myself, but I don't. But basically, Scotch comes from like technically five. There's 5 regions for Scotch. There's the lowlands, which are usually they're usually mild, kind of earthy. Usually have a lot more of a almost kind of a grassy taste to them sometimes. Then you have the highlands. The highlands are sort of sweet and fruity. Then you have the Speysides, which are usually very mild but sweet with a vanilla kind of sweetness. And then you have the Isleys, which are all smoke and peat and just... Most people think of them as being like really kind of aggressive in their taste. Some of them liken it to shoe leather. For me, for some reason, it's my favorite one. I love Islay Scotches. So that's the reason why the Shield Egg kind of interested me, because it has that similar flavor profile, but it's a Speyside, which is weird. I mean, you can make a whiskey at anything. You're not beholden to your region, but it's just unique. At least from what I've seen. And then, for those of you counting at home, I didn't forget the fifth one. The fifth one's Campbelltown, which I've never tried a Campbelltown Scotch, but there's like 3 distilleries in Campbelltown. And they're kind of all over the place, but they usually kind of have a smoky peatiness to them. So I actually might like them. I don't know. One of these days. Ooh, sun's starting to set. We're gonna turn this into a night flight. Which, actually, I should probably make sure that... Actually, right now I'm okay, but once the lighting gets low, we're gonna be making sure to brighten things up, because YouTube's compression with dark things is really bad. It's probably because Google's racist. They don't like dark things. It's always fun to throw big tech under the bus because it's just funny. That's okay. So the smoothness is usually typical with Islay scotches because that's where their mildness, their mild profile comes in. It's usually how it's interpreted. So that's good. That's a sign of a really good whiskey, especially for how much the bottle is. The bottle's, I saw it retail online for like $35, which that's Glenlivet territory. That's my Speyburn territory, which are two of the cheaper scotches that I have. That's right where the Toki was, the one that I reviewed. I'm good. I don't have to get it ever again. But like when you're at that price range and to have that quality, man, that's awesome. I will definitely keep an eye out for it. Because I've actually been looking for a Speyside Scotch. Because I only have 2. I have more Highlands. Oh, actually no, 3. I always forget Glenlivet's down there. Well, granted, I need more Islay's too. My Ardbeg is pretty darn low. I think it's basically a bottle of smoke. You actually open it up and there's a little bit of smoke coming out because they infuse it, or they pump a little bit of smoke into the bottle before they seal it up. It's pretty cool. They're fun to open. You can find those for about $40-50. Depends on which one you're getting. I've never tried their more expensive ones, but their cheap one's pretty good. The 10-year. All this whiskey talk, I should probably actually get myself a drink. Which means, let's bring up my text again. Getting Scotch. Be right back. OBS is such a great program. And I'm back. Got my glass here. Which I am just drinking out of my standard tumbler here because, I don't know, I feel like just doing it. But, there we are. Lovely sound. It's been a while since I've had had this Scotch. It's my Glenfiddich single malt Scotch whiskey. That is a bourbon barrel reserve, meaning it uses bourbon barrels to age it. Use bourbon barrels. It's typical for Scotches to reuse barrels of others to infuse different flavors. The only ones that require having new ones is bourbon itself. They use white oak that is charred and hasn't been used before, so. Now, just to give you an idea here, this is what I'm drinking. That's what the bottle looks like. It's in a lovely sort of almost triangular shaped bottle. 43% alcohol by volume, so you'd see that as the proof number. It's 86 proof. And, you know, they officially say it on here. It's got sweet notes of creamy toffee and ripe summer fruit. That's typical in... Oh, which one is this one? So I believe this is a Highland Scotch, but I can't tell. Oh no, it also says finishing in new oak barrels imparts extra notes of vanilla. Oh, what are you? I forget where you're from. Oh, the bourbon barrels are from Kentucky. So, courtesy of Todd's area. Are you not telling me where? Oh, we'll go to Visitor Distillery. Oh, you're not saying the region. Well, that's silly. One of the last independent distilleries. That's cool. Oh, it is in the Speyside region. So this is Highland, this is Lowland, Speyside, Islay. And somewhere down in here, I think, is where Campbelltown is. Very cool. But it's a good Scotch. I like Glenfiddich. I haven't had a Glenfiddich that I didn't like. Check DMs. Okay. Store exclusive. What? No. The lock of the herring. The fishermen, traders, and travelers who have inhabited Shieldog, the lock of herring over the centuries, have rightly considered themselves lucky in life. A taste of this good fortune can still be enjoyed today with every measure of Shieldog. I always love how, oh, that's the Jura. Okay. A whiskey only Jura could make, born of our island, and still produced today in a bottle originally shaped to withstand the roughest of journeys from our home. If you're wondering, it's in sort of like a squarish bottle. Makes sense for storage. Round rolls. Crafted in uncommonly tall stills, matured in the fresh sea air, and American white oak bourbon barrels, and finished in the finest aged Oloroso sherry butts. I love sherry infused Scotch, so I might actually like that too. One of these days. One of these days I'll add Jura.
1776 heavy contact Moncton Center on 124.3. Good day. 124.3 Whiskey Filler Red Tail 1776 heavy.
Let's figure I'm actually in control now.
Moncton Center, Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy, flight level 310.
Whiskey Filler Red Tail 1776 heavy Moncton Center. Continue as planned.
Okay, we're going to turn on some lights here. Turn on the dome light. That way this won't go completely dark. And turn on these lights here. Those are the wing and logo lights. So once it starts getting dark, there'll be there's lights underneath here that'll shine up on the tail, and that shine on the wing. They're basically anti-collision lights, so that way you can see them better at night. Yeah, the shield egg sounds delicious. I will probably go for it, but Jura's also, I like a good strong scotch. I don't know what it is, but the aggressive ones are the ones that I've usually gravitated towards. But try a Glenfiddich next time you're out. It's pretty good. The Bourbon Barrel Select has that bourbon spiciness to it, and I like that.
Contact Moncton Center on 127.125. Good day.
127.125 for Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 Heavy. Moncton Center Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 Heavy Flight
I forgot I still have the text up, don't I?
Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 Heavy Moncton Center. Continue as planned.
So yeah, because it's pulling different data from Bing. That's the reason why you're seeing textures popping in and out, because it's doing a winter overlay, but it's also sort of getting conflicting data as I'm getting closer. So yeah, it looks like this whole area is frozen over. But we are basically going through on my nose. We're basically going through the northern eastmost portion of Canada now. So right now we're going over Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Basically we're going to sort of split the middle, fly over Prince Edward Island. You can see that in this map here. There's Prince Edward Island. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick are basically split in the middle there. And then after that, got a few islands along here. We'll fly over, basically, this is Saint-Pierre and Miquelon. I don't speak French, so I apologize for my god-awful pronunciation. But that's the reason why I like Germanic languages. They actually pronounce things as they should. But as we're talking about spelling, I heard a really funny joke and it tickled me greatly. Let's see if I can pull it up here, because it just cracked me up. It was a person named Adam Burke, who goes on Twitter by the name at ATP Burke, and he wrote, "I always preferred the English spelling of diarrhea, which is diarrhea spelled D-I-A-R-R-H-O-E-A, because it really looks like you've lost control of your vowels." It just tickled me something special. If you ever want really terrible jokes, the pun section of Reddit is a goldmine. Man, the shadow's getting real long now. You know, this is actually my first night flight that I've streamed. Most of the time I do it during the day because, well, daylight. Oh, we got a plane coming at us. No, it's over. It's going this way. Ah, seas. Yeah, I flew over that storm system in Maryland. It was just all sucked in. How much are you guys expecting to get? Okay, 3 to 4 inches ain't bad, but then, but getting the rain then that's gonna ice over eventually, which is not gonna be fun. Fortunately, my girlfriend, she is basically not doing anything, so, because she injured herself. And so she is hopefully staying in bed and not doing anything. That would be the smart thing, not worry me. Because she has, this happened years ago, but she got really bad allergies from these trees that were outside her apartment that she just reacted poorly with. And she got these coughing attacks and ended up breaking a rib from how hard she was coughing. And so ever since then, anytime she gets really bad, that's how that starts acting up. And so she had sort of a coughing fit after she had contracted COVID from like a few weeks ago. And then I think that mixed in with some allergies and stuff like that. She's currently infirmed, but she's doing okay. Okay, that's good. Here it's nice and toasty. It's actually, I think, pushing to 75 right now. Huh, I was off by 1 degree. 74. 23, partly cloudy. It's going to be really cloudy on Monday and get down to 65 degrees. Or 18 degrees Celsius. Brr, I might have to wear sleeves. I know, you hate me. But you live in a better state than I do, even if it is Maryland. Ooh. That sounds awful. Hate getting hiccups.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy contact Moncton Center on 135.65. Good day.
I, to the best of my knowledge, have avoided it.
135.65 Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy. Moncton Center Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Ooh. Acid reflux is the worst.
1776 heavy Moncton Center. Continue as planned.
Cause I get bad heartburn every now and again. It's rare when it happens, but when it does, it's not fun. But yeah, acid reflux hiccups, those are just terrible. Not a cloud in sight right now. Well, at least up here. Down there are. Yeah, I somehow either I got it, but it didn't affect me much, because I usually get a cold just about every year, and it's very mild, usually a runny nose, sometimes a sore throat, but it's so mild that it's like I don't really notice it. Yeah, I figured. So I'm not worried about it at all. I'm just saying I have no idea if I've gotten it or not. I didn't bother testing or anything when I did get sick. I wasn't in contact with much people anyways. But I managed. as I tell my parents, I'm not the susceptible population. Mostly tell that to them in jest. Anytime I coughed around them, they'd be like, COVID. And I'd be like, I'm not the susceptible population. Usually get a scowl out of my mother. My dad would usually chuckle. But they're smart enough to not be completely absorbed by the hysteria. They're mostly done with it. True. Well, we are now flying over Prince Edward Island. You can even tell it's an island. It's mostly surrounded by ice. Although, I guess this is ocean. Yeah, that's ocean. Up here, that's proper cold. Yeah, because I was always one of the cool kids. I was in band. Played the trumpet, played the French horn. You get all the girls playing the French horn. You don't. Nah, I got a pretty cool lady. Although that was post-band. But she likes music. She likes that I play instruments. And she likes that I write music. Because I do write music. All the music that you hear at the beginning of the stream countdown, that's original stuff. I'm still writing too. I still like to play around with it. And the next Qbot animation is actually using a piece of music that I've never put online before. That'll be fun. Because I've got that one currently rendering. It's going to be a 12,000 plus frame animation. And I've got the computer currently rendering at work. It's got a 3080 an RTX 3080 in it. That thing's a monster. I'm hoping to get a 3080 Ti in my machine here. But ooh, yeah, I could imagine. They dress you to the nines for for the ROTC. Goodness, I can't even say it. Gotta love a man in uniform, huh? For me, it was band. I was in cross country, did swimming. Ladies like the swimmers. Wonder why. But I was also in art class. Took all the APs. Yeah, I know this comes as to a shock to a guy that streams live full flights in Flight Simulator. I'm just a little bit of a nerd. Just a little one. Just a tiny bit. No, the JROTC guys, they were pretty cool. I liked them. I'm just saying the plastics, as the mean girls would call them, they're the ones that would probably be obnoxious about it, but it's okay. Regina George just gets hit by a bus and everything's fine. We're getting a little bit into the jet stream. Actually, I'm flying pretty much along the jet stream for the last bit. Still getting about a 77 knot tailwind. Well, I guess more of a sheer wind, but it's a little bit to our back, which is good. quite going as fast as we were going before. We're doing 533 knots, which is still a pretty good clip. And the northern sunset quick. Things are going to get dark. Now, this is actually a pretty big milestone here, because we have one more piece of land to fly over, which again is Saint-Pierre and Miquelon. State championship as color guard commander, first one our unit ever had. That is freaking awesome, Doug. That is a mighty big feather in your cap, sir. So I know those guys, they are very good and disciplined when the programs are actually, able to perform at that level. And that is very impressive. But yeah, back to the flight here. Saint-Pierre and Miquelon will be the last piece of land that we fly over before we're out in open ocean, and the next piece of land that we hit will be Ireland. That'll be a couple hours from now before we're actually over Ireland. I'll make sure to wave to Mikey. He'll appreciate it.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Moncton Center on 132.8. Good day.
132.8 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy. Moncton Center, Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy, flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy, Moncton Center. Continue as planned.
So it'll be really nice when we approach in, because London at night looks awesome in this game. Because I bought the London expansion, or the London building pack, so it'll actually look pretty cool. Sadly, the one in base game is just not quite as good. Mainly it was the Gherkin. I like that building, and it did not look like it did in real life. Total flight time was estimated to be 8 hours and 40 minutes. We look to be a bit ahead of schedule, so it might be under 8 hours. Not 100% sure, because I don't know quite how wind conditions are going to be as we're flying over the Atlantic. But we should be, my guess is probably right around the 8-hour mark. And in total time right now we're at 3.5 hours. Because you're here, Doug. Add you as a moderator. Do the same for Enra. Anyone else who... Oh, and Matt should be mod in chat too, because sometimes we do get spam. I've gotten some Russian spam before. in my flights. Surprisingly not today, which is cool. Well, go holler to the wife, ask her to bring you one. Any particular variation of screwball, or just the regular one? Nice. Yeah, the only screwball I've had was the peanut butter whiskey, and that is a hard thing to drink. It is so weirdly syrupy and sweet. I cannot stand it. That one, where Toki got a 3 barrel out of 10, that gets a 1 barrel out of 10. Strongly avoid. But I'm sure the regular one is fine as far as its like as long as it's like a just a straight bourbon whiskey. Yeah, that probably tastes pretty good, especially on the rocks. So I like whiskey on the rocks. Don't always drink it like that, but I do like it. But it's just that peanut butter one was so weirdly sweet. It just I don't like an overly sweet drink. And so that might do it. Whenever I like a sweetness in a drink, like in scotches when they're sweet. Oh, it is the peanut butter one. Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. Because I drank it neat. Because the gal that was at her Christmas party was handing them out as shots, because she buys like a bottle or two every time at her Christmas parties if we have an open bar. And she actually pays for it herself, so it's not part of the open bar thing. But she handed me one, and I'm not going to turn down whiskey. Even if you were to hand me Jameson, I'll be like, thanks. But it took me like a couple hours to drink through that straight. As a mixer, I could definitely see it, because you almost wouldn't need to add like a simple syrup even, because it has so much of a syrupy consistency and sweetness that it's almost too aggressive for my taste. But it certainly work in any sort of cocktail that needs whiskey. You could probably make it a peanut butter old fashioned out of it. You could probably do the same for a Manhattan. Let's see, what else? You know, a peanut butter and mint julep might taste really good. Never had a mint julep, but it sounds good in my head. Hey, look at that. Actually, in my flight simulator videos, we're talking about whiskey. I think this is the first time, to be honest. It's kind of sad. It just amuses me. Alrighty, let's see where we are. I'm gonna boost the range on this puppy. Yeah, no weather or anything. Oh, that was already off. Those are just all the airports around. All right. So yeah, I boosted the range all the way to 640 nautical miles, which is in reality 320, because the game lies. I guess maybe 640 diameter. So, recall there. That is the last waypoint before we're out over the ocean. Well, let's, guess we have the time here. Let's talk about the different things going on in this aircraft. So, of course, you know my instrument cluster here. This is nav data, engine information. I really don't know what this one is for when I have this. Maybe it's just as a backup. But it's always set to 2992 as far as the altitude pressure barometer for it. So, cool. These guys kind of don't work. I wish they did. These are just brightness for the displays. Actually, turning on a floodlight might be good, especially with it being night. What is this one? Control. Oh, it's those displays. Okay. That's fine. All the instrument lighting. Does that control everything or just those? Yeah, it just controls those. Alright. Up here, this is for nav data information. This is the pressure minimums. You actually really can't do much of anything with this.
Contact Gander Center on 132.3. Good day.
132.3 for Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy.
I manually put it in, but apparently I could change that as needed, but I don't want to confuse myself. I could change the units to meters. It's common in Russia, but apparently feet is the standard. It's kind of cool. Same thing with the unit for barometric pressure. We use inches of mercury. So it's 29.92, which is the standard for at altitude flight, where below, I believe it's 15 or 18,000 feet for US. It's different in the EU. It can be sometimes a little bit lower, depends. BOR and ADF, that's just for navigation. This is, of course, the range for this display. Map information modes. I could always change flight plan or map.
Mountain Center Turkish 81 is passing flight level 380, descending 10,000 feet.
Those are all the buttons that control it. Again, engine information. We come down here. This is the flight computer. Basically, I put in all my routing. You can put in all sorts of different information into it. I haven't quite figured out how this works yet, so that's the reason why I always do it in the preload screen rather than this. More engine information. Scrolling down here, we got a parking brake. Pitch and trim indication, which are dedicated by these. Here, this is radio communication, so it'll actively go between. So as I'm going to switch to 132.
Gander Center Whiskyfile
Actually,
Reddale
change up
Heavy
here.
Flight Level 310.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy Gander Center, continue to rifle as planned.
Another computer basically for the third or fourth pilot, if there was one, to be on board and do this. Let's see, what's this guy? Oh, transponder. So that's my squawk code. And then we got, of course, the control here. I got the yoke. So basically pitch and roll. Pedals down here control, of course, the yaw. got my throttle here, pitch and trim, and then we have speed brake, flaps for landing, fuel control here, and then if we come up here, this is where all the startup and basically all the components are. Typically it's usually electrical, hydraulics and stuff like that, but yeah, so it's always, you always start from basically left to right when you're turning things on. So yeah, so you've got your electrical, you've got your hydraulics, you've got your fuel, you've got basically lights and de-icing and stuff like that all over here. And then of course your, actually so your lighting is down here. What's over here actually? Fire suppression's over there, bleed air, pressurization, oh okay, and air conditioning. That's basically just temperature control and stuff like that in the aircraft. You actually don't really do much of anything there, but that's the flight deck of a 747 cockpit stuffed into a 777. We'll do a Exorcist style turn around there to take a look at everything. Pretty cool. Oxygen mask. Oxygen masks in planes are actually a lot more robust than the ones that you would get if you were as a passenger, and they're, I believe, on separate oxygen systems as well compared to the rest of the passengers, because you obviously want more oxygen dedicated. You know, Doug, DCS from the flight standpoint does, but not really from the combat standpoint. I appreciate the technicality of it because I know Mayday sometimes streams it and it's really fun to watch, but as far as aviation goes, I've always been more interested in just like civilian aviation flying. I mean, I've played Ace Combat before, which I know is very arcade flight-like. And I played War Thunder, but it's just, I don't know, I've really grown into just flying as like a way to relax. That's what I really like about this game, is that I can just sort of sit back, relax, I can manage things, and it's just a relaxing experience. That's why I like this game. So maybe someday I might get into it, but I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, those planes go fast, man. And the F-16 that Mayday flies, that thing easily does Mach 1.5. And you know, some of the other fighters in that game. Crazy. And what's really crazy is the distance of engagement. I mean, where in World War II, engagement was typically within like half a mile, if not less, because you know you can only lead your shots so far. But in modern combat, you're engaging planes out of visual range, which is just nuts. Talking like World War II kind of planes, or is Warbirds the name of the game? Ah, okay, yeah. So I adore World War II era planes. I mean, there was the leap in technology from basically the Wright brothers to World War II is crazy. I mean, sure, the electronics And I mean, even the engine technology and stuff like that is certainly advanced, but if you show the Wright brothers a World War II plane, they'd just be floored by it. But you show a World War II, like a former World War II pilot, a modern plane, it doesn't look that alien. Yeah, World War I planes are also beautiful, but it's just amazing what they were able to do. The whole idea of the stutter of the machine gun because you're shooting through your propellers is just bonkers.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Gander Center on 134.6. Good day.
134.6 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy.
I mean, brilliant solution, don't get me wrong. But the thought to shoot through your propeller is nuts.
Gander Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Yeah, the F-86 is...
1776 heavy Gander Center. Continue to Reichel as planned.
Yeah, the F-86 and the MiG-15s. Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing that they were also just stealing tech from each other. And my grandpa, he flew in Korea. He actually flew C-47s, which is the civilian, or is the military equivalent to the civilian what is it? DC-3. It's a twin prop plane that was originally used in World War II. And he was flying them in classified missions. Half the time he didn't know who or what he was carrying, and usually flying in the dead of night at about 20 feet above the river that he would use to guide. And he often thought back on it, he shouldn't have survived. Some of the things that he had to fly, I mean, he had Russian MiGs flying overhead, and they couldn't see him because he was flying too low and too slow for them. And his plane was also completely blacked out too, so you could not see that if you tried. And, you know, he would drop off, sometimes he'd fly to certain air bases and drop off hookers because the hookers were informants. And so they dropped them off in close to enemy territory. They'd go in, bring back information. Sometimes he'd go and rescue pilots. There was one really cocky pilot who ran out of fuel and landed on an island, so my grandpa went there, helped him refuel, and the guy basically just fired his jet at my grandpa's plane, kind of ticked him off. Didn't damage the plane, fortunately, but still, it's rude to basically turn your engines and try and take off exactly opposite of the guy who just rescued you. And one time he was dropping, he was told that it was cargo. What it later turned out was he was dropping barrels of napalm bombs, but they didn't tell him that. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's an FA-18 in this game. I think I showed it in one of the videos. Those planes are incredible. And the F4, God, those planes were just, they were such big planes, fast as hell. Yeah, most people in combat don't talk much about it. I mean, you being in the military could also understand that, and I'm sure you might have similar sentiments. Because my buddy, who basically we're like brothers, I've known him for like well over 10 years, I'm basically a part of his family. And his brother was a Marine. And he talks about some of it. There's some stuff he doesn't talk about, and it's very clear he did some things that really got to him. What's that flight? DLH. Is that probably Delta? 424. Ah, Lufthansa. That's what DLH is. So Lufthansa 424 is flying from Munich to Boston. And the aircraft is an Airbus A350. It's a twin engine, pretty much the Airbus equivalent to what I'm flying. That's pretty cool. Played football in college and was drafted to the Dallas Cowboys. Man. Must have been quite the player then. That's pretty impressive. My dad was wanted to be recruited into his high school's football team, but my grandma was protective and didn't want her boys playing football. She was a sweet enough lady that it wasn't a mean thing to do that. She just genuinely cared and was worried about her boys. Fortunately, both my grandpa and my grandma are no longer with us, but they led very, very long lives. My grandpa, he died when he was 86, and she died when she was 87 or 88. Very, very sweet lady. She's the type that would, like the typical grandma that would make you cookies. Yeah. Well, it's because people like me who've never been in combat, we'd probably ask stupid things and want to know the nitty-gritty details. Like, you ask a teenager, or like if you talk to a teenager, man, they would just be like, oh man, did you kill anyone? And those aren't things that you really want to talk about. Because like, they want to know the worst memories and stuff like that, and those are the things that you want to put behind you. Where if you're talking with a military guy, they've been through the same stuff. They know what you've been through, and you know what they've been through to a degree. I mean, you don't know exactly if you've never met the person before, but you get what I mean. So that makes sense. And I don't know if this is coming across in YouTube, but night in this game always just looks so pretty. The glare of the moon off the plane, it's just nice. And against the ice. This is going to be the last time we see land for a few hours. Flying over just the top of the Saint-Pierre. Basically, we're going to be flying along to St. Anthony. That'll be the northernmost part that we'll get to see as far as like direct land that we're over. And we'll be well south of Greenland and Iceland, so we won't really be around any major land masses until we hit Ireland. Stupid sunshade, I don't need you. There is no sun. That's good. Yeah, I mean, I know that if I ever get, like if they ever reinstitute the draft and I get pulled into the military, I really hope that I never do, because I don't know if I could. I hope never to have to make that decision. is the end of glass number 1. Pour myself another. Yeah. Now, I'm certain if I was in the moment or if my life was threatened and I had the means to defend myself, I'd probably do it, but now it's funny to say sober mind, because, I mean, I've been having a little bit of whiskey while I've been flying, as any responsible pilot would do. You can ask Denzel Washington. Yeah, I'm just glad I don't have to make that decision. At least not yet. I have no idea what the future will hold. Man, I can't wait either. What games you playing, Doug? Because I am so stoked about my PS5. I bought whatever that time loop game was. It's a shooter game. I forgot what it was called. But I bought that so I could play it on the PS5 as well as a couple other things.
Center Speedbird 215 is at flight level 380 descending 10,000 feet.
Oh.
Speedbird 215, Gander Center, continue as planned.
Fun fact, if you want to know, Speedbird is British Airways. Oh, nice. You know, well, F1 2020 is not too dated. Forza Motorsport 6, I think they're on 7. No, I think that was the last, like, Forza Motorsports that they made. Because I know they also made some Horizons games, too, in between then. Last Forza Motorsports I played was Forza 4. That was the first one that they had sort of a relationship with the Top Gear boys. And they had the test track and everything. It was pretty good. Oh yeah, their track list is phenomenal. I'm trying to think what they had back in 4. I know they had the Top Gear test track. They had the Nordschleife and what else? I just saw your messages there, Doug. Yeah, my girlfriend doesn't drink. Oh, that's a spammer. I found him. I got him. We're gonna report him. Unwanted commercial content or spam. Bye bye. Yeah, a lot of U.S. tracks because they have Sebring, don't they? And I don't know. I don't think Forza 4 had Daytona, but they had like a Daytona-like thing. Oops, sorry, I was reminiscing. Sorry, Gander Ocean.
Whiskyfile Redale 1776 Heavy. Gander Center Whiskyfile Redale 1776 Heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy Gander Center. Continue to rifle as planned.
Now, do they have Watkins Glen in Forza? Because I know the older games did not have that. And I love Watkins Glen. Just those sweeping S's, man, that is too much fun to drive through. Also, you have Infineon. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's sad that GT games don't give the love to American tracks like they do the European ones. Because I mean, I know the European ones are just iconic, but games like, I mean, the NASCAR tracks, some of the road courses there are phenomenal. You've got also Laguna Seca, you've got Infineon, Road America, Watkins Glen, Road America, that was a fun one. Let's see, it had Sonoma, Laguna Seca, VIR, I don't know VIR offhand. Watkins, Lime Rock, Homestead, nice. Road Atlanta, I like Road Atlanta, I forgot about that track. Road Atlanta's been in every single Forza game if I'm not mistaken. Same thing with Laguna Seca. What's VIR? I'm Googling it, so... Oh, Virginia International, okay. I do know that track. I wonder if they would have Indianapolis. Oh, they had Long Beach? That's cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but I wonder if they would have Indianapolis coming up, because that's such an iconic track for all sorts of sports. I mean, even F1 tried to run there, didn't go very well, but they tried to run there. Maybe you roll the dice and the curbstones come up, completely fuck up your day. Oh, they do have Indy? That's awesome. Does it come with the curbstones that come up to ruin your day when you're racing really tight? I'm guessing probably not. Yeah, that's a solid list of good tracks. And it's just sad that some of the other racing games, like GT Racing and stuff like that, GT Sport, ACC, they just don't have that same love for them. iRacing does. iRacing has a lot of love for American tracks. I mean, hell, they have Irwindale Speedway in iRacing. Only I know Irwindale Speedway in our group of friends, probably. Well, maybe Todd would know because he was from the area. Interesting. Maybe. Yeah, actually, probably for licensing reasons. GT Sport might actually have exclusives with like written into their contract to not let Gran Turismo have them, or not to let Forza have them, given that they're basically stepping on each other's toes. Nice. Oh, that's a wicked looking track. See, Irwindale's just an oval. It's not all that exciting. But Sonic Point, man, that is a facility. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they have a good list. I'm just saying, I wish they had a little more love for American tracks. But then again, they're going after the the GT3 Cup stuff, so most of that's in Europe. So I get it. It's like NASCAR. Well, I do believe we are almost at the tip of land here. Ooh. Was this when you were racing motorcycles? Well, given the broken leg, I could probably assume.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Gander Center on 124.725. Good day.
124.725 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy. Gander Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy Gander Center. Continue to Reichel as planned.
Yeah, I mean, motorcycle racing that is something else. Dang. Because I mean, the power to weight ratio in those bikes is just ridiculous. And the way the pro guys move on those things is just insane, because they gotta really wrench their weight around the bike just to get it to turn. Nice. What ended up happening? You get hit or something, or did you just go down, or just went off track? Yeah, it really is. I mean, I watched some videos of like the MotoGP guys, and it's just nuts. Oops. I was playing with a screw. I have a screw on my desk for my pedals because I took them apart again. It's called a high side. Where's kind of? Ooh, that's when you go. Oh yeah, okay. Oof. Is it basically it just sort of kicks you up over because the bike wobbles out from under you? 'Cause I've seen those kind of wrecks before. Alrighty, that is officially it. We are over the Atlantic. Say goodbye to land, Doug. This is the last time that we will see it. For quite some time. Oh, nice. Yeah, but at that point, just loving it. Alright, Steve Gardner. You're get reported too. We do not do spam around here.
Good day.
Spam will not be allowed on my stream. Unless it's spam asui, because that stuff is delicious. Surprisingly, not getting much of a tailwind up here. Only getting a 28 knot wind. It's right at our backs, which is good for us, but so right now we're cruising at about 500. That's 547 knots. And we're approaching Rickle. Yeah, I have a few whiskeys like that. Happy I got them, happy I bought them, but wouldn't buy them again. Like the Bell Mead I have, it's a bourbon. That's pretty good. Great mixer. A little too pricey to be a mixer. I'd like something cheaper to mix in with things, but it was actually a replacement for another whiskey that I was trying to get, but oh well. And arguably the Slipknot number 9, I'm debating on if I would want to get it again. How much is it? 'Cause I know Scotch prices can go quite high. Appear to have lost a window. There it is. Yeah, that's a bit much. I mean, unless you know that it's true top quality stuff, I would not go north of $80 for really much of anything. And like, for example, the Lagavulin, if you really like smoky scotches, that is a solid one to try. But the 16-year, which is what typically everyone thinks about Lagavulin, is like $110, $120. But it has an 8-year cousin, actually an 8-year brother, I would say, that is half the price and just as tasty. But yeah, definitely get 2 bourbons over a $90 that you don't really know to be all that great, especially from a brand that hasn't impressed you. It's the reason why I'm probably not going to keep Macallan on my shelf, because once that's gone, I'm going to be like, nah. I mean, they're not bad, but I can't pay $120 for a Scotch. I know it's good, but it's just not worth it to me. The only time I would really spend that much is when it's from a brand that has already knocked my socks off with something cheap. That's why I bought the orange label Kayo Mizunara, because I tried their like $50 one that's the black label. Maybe it's like 60 or something, and that was amazing. And so I had to get the orange label one, and that one I have yet to try yet, but I will. I'm not trying to impress. You know my taste in whiskey. You know I love it. But use JD's 30-80 rule. It's a good rule to go by. I think I only have 2 on my shelf that are north of that, and I only knew that those brands were good to do it with, so. The only other one, actually both of them are Japanese whiskeys, I think, that are the ones that I bought that were north of the $80 mark. The other one's the Hibiki from Suntory, which I know is a good whiskey. Despite the fact that Toki unimpressed me, Hibiki was amazing. SWR18. What flavor are you? SWR18. Ah, Swiss Airlines. They are flying from Zurich to Newark. Interesting. They're flying an A330. An A330, that's a good plane. It's basically comparable to the 787. Oh, yeah. I mean, I never drink to get drunk. I actually really don't like being drunk. I like to be in control of my brain, and I don't, when I'm drunk, unless I'm racing with you guys, I don't like just being out of control. So I've never really wanted to drink all that much. So for me, I mean, I'm 4 hours into a stream, I'm on my second scotch, and I didn't even pour all that much into it. I'm just drinking it to enjoy it. And yeah, if I want something cheap, yeah, I go Jameson, I go Jack Daniels, I go something that's in a plastic bottle that'll bounce if I drop it. But I never really want to get to that point. I drink whiskeys because I enjoy them. And I want to enjoy my whiskeys. Life's too short to drink bad whiskey. Yeah. I've fortunately been really lucky. I've only ever had maybe 2 or 3 hangovers in my life. And only one of them was really bad. And it's because I've pretty much always felt this way about drinking and stuff like that. I never got, rip roaring drunk or anything like that. Never really was in the party scene. Never really drank all that much. The only times I would ever drink, even when in college, is Woodford. Nice. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I've never had Woodford Reserve, but I've heard good things. I know they're pretty good, and drinking neat, pretty good mixing. Saw them advertised a lot. But the only times I ever drank when I was in college was I had a group of buddies that would go to a local bar, and we'd do a trivia night, and I'd order a, what's ABD 368? But I'd order a chocolate porter. It was from Hangar 24, and that was a really good beer. And I just nursed that one beer all night long. Ooh, it's a 747. 747 400, which is the previous generation. So 747 had I think a total of 3 or 4 generations, because it was built initially back in the 60s. But it's flying from Frankfurt to Atlanta, and it's Air Atlanta Icelandic Airlines. Yeah, the Queen of the Skies, man. One of these days I'll fly that. It's just a matter of getting a livery for it, because it's a pain. It's a pain to make liveries for a 747, because you have to do actual 3D modeling for it instead of just painting it in Photoshop. And that's just all sorts of stupid. You shouldn't do that. Just make everything the same. Why'd you have to make the 747 complicated? But yeah, the current model of 747 is the 747-8. And it's a glorious plane. Looks exactly like this inside, because it's the same cockpit. A lot of beige. I don't know why it's beige. It's like the inside of my dad's old Suburban. It was built in 1990 and had this exact color interior.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy Contact Gander Center on 132.1. Good day.
132.1 for Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy.
Yeah,
Gander
Doug.
Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy Flight Level 310.
If you're able to talk, I don't know if you're able to or if you're around people, but if you want to hop on the WSA flight chat, happy to have you on board. Todd joined in a bit earlier, that was fun. It's just at the bottom of the GLR server if you ever want to join. I always have it live for every flight.
Hello.
Hey, Doug. Welcome aboard.
Well, thank you, Captain. I'm sitting at the bar, and well, I think I've probably had enough. So,
Bar at home or local bar?
yeah, bar at home. Yeah, my basement bar. So
Nice.
it's like what 6 feet away from the sim rig and the TV. So
Now you drive home safe now, you hear?
I gotta go upstairs. So yeah, I have to check and see what the snow looks like outside. It looks like it started to coat the yard. So
Yeah, just enough for dusting, but not enough to inconvenience, hopefully.
yeah, hopefully, the temperatures are supposed to come up as the evening goes on. So we'll be over freezing, above 32 Fahrenheit. Probably around 9 p.m. I think.
Okay.
So, and then it's going to turn, and then the precipitation will turn to probably sleet and rain, and then probably just start melting everything away. So,
Yeah.
but yeah,
I actually had a rather spectacular image. I should tag it and send it to Goat, because I know he wanted to see the sunny weather in California. Where did he say? Actually, I'll just do it in the What's on Your Mind, because Goat wanted to see.
I saw that. Yeah,
But it was a beautiful day yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, California. I mean, I think I've been to California about 4 to 5 times.
I'm sorry.
Well, 80% of those times is when I was at Fort Irwin down in the Mojave Desert. So that was zero fun.
Yeah,
And
I can imagine.
the only other time was when we went down. Me and the wife, after we were married, we went and saw her aunt and uncle, the one that was a Marine, and hung out with them for like a week. We came down and saw them down in
Just south of San Luis Obispo.
Yeah, down there with Camp Pendleton, or not? No, it's what is that? The old Marine Corps Air Station,
Vandenberg.
The one that's down there, I guess, down near Long Beach, I think.
Oh, you're talking Long Beach. Okay. What is that one? I can't remember.
I can't either. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, then we stayed with them for a couple of days, and then we drove up the Pacific coast through Hearst Castle all the way up to San Francisco. Was it Carmel? We went up to Carmel. And Carmel's about as far as north as we got, and then we came back down to LA and flew out. So
it's a nice drive because I've done that once before. I went up to Santa Rosa, and went from basically it was about a 6-hour drive.
Yeah.
Officially, I was driving the speed limit. Unofficially, I probably wasn't.
Yeah, we stopped. I think we stopped 2 nights. We stopped at was it Dolphin Beach or Dolphin Cove or something like that, and we stopped at a little like bed and breakfast type place. Just pulled in and said, "Hey, we need a room for the night," and then like, okay, and we got a special rate, and it was so awesome because the beach was like 50 yards away. You could see the otters playing in the seaweed and stuff, and
Nice.
It was pretty cool waking up in the morning. So yeah, that was a really cool drive. Driving back up, and then we did the same thing in Carmel. We stopped at Hearst Castle. We went through a Hearst Castle tour, which is something I highly recommend. That's very, very fun.
As an architecture major at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, I've been through there a few times.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing place. And then like I say, we went to Carmel and stayed the night there, and then drove all the way back. All the way back down, and we flew out. Yeah, and that was it for California.
Yeah,
beautiful state as it is. Yeah,
you pretty much saw all you needed to.
Yeah. Big Sur. Was it Big Sur?
Big Sur is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The road leading to the beach is really fun to drive on in a Mustang.
Oh yeah. I'll take your word for it.
Also really fun on my girlfriend's car because she had for a while she has long since sold it, but she had an IS 250, I think that's what it is, 230 or 250. I forgot what the number is, but the 2 series of the IS cars, so not the 3-to-1.
Yeah, IS 250 and I think 300 maybe. IS 300 was the first one, I think.
And because hers was like a 2011, 2012 IS 250, and man, that thing was planted. It was so much fun to drive. She didn't like that I had fun driving it, because she's a much more tame driver than I am.
Yeah, the early ISs were really what I always wished they would have done with the Maxima, because I always had a thing for the Maxima, but it was front-wheel drive, and I thought always that's like, wow, they really need to make a rear-wheel drive, sedan.
Yeah.
And Lexus did it with the ISs. The ISs originally were really, 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 really nice. So
yeah.
They were kind of like.
If you're looking at the stream, that's the car she had in that color.
Oh, okay, yeah. This thing won't let me do like that chat and.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Look at the YouTubes at the same time.
I'll send it to Discord then. Oh, because you're on your phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, if I could do the phone and my son's playing the Xbox. should be getting off because he's well past the amount of time he's supposed to have. But you don't hear the gun shooting in the background.
Surprisingly, it's not carrying over.
Good.
I'm
My
assuming.
microphone's not that good then.
I'm assuming playing Gears or something.
Halo Master Chief Edition.
Ooh, that is a
Collect-
solid choice. Question is, which Halo is he playing? Because that is an important question.
He was playing Halo 5, I believe.
Ooh, that is a
The Halo.
poor choice.
Oh, I don't think I was a. Yeah.
I was a fan of the old Halo games, the ones under Bungie. I still, to this day, will play Combat Evolved, the old 21-year-old Halo game, in its original graphics, because it is way too much fun.
Yeah, I think he did play through that one.
It's like
That was
it's a phenomenal game.
like
It's basically the reason
but,
why all first-person shooter games function the way they do. That was one of the early console shooters that actually worked.
Yeah, I do remember playing CE on an Xbox, original Xbox, because what was the
Oh, Doug, I lost you. Lost you, Doug, in chat. So I guess he was going to ask about a level of some sort. And I probably would have known, because I know all 10 of those levels like the back of my hand. So I played through them a ton. Still do. Man. Master Chief Collection, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Gears, everyone should learn from what 343 did with that, because it is amazing. Don't know if we're going to get Doug back. Hopefully we will, because I kind of want to know what he was going to say. Hopefully we can get him back. It's nice having company on my flights. Well, I don't know if we'll get Doug back, but we are past our first checkpoint. Going next to 5540 north. Wi-Fi died. Heartbreak. I was actually really wondering what you were going to say. Well, hopefully you can get it back online. Guessing the snow. Knowing if Maryland is as competent as California, which, spoiler, it's not. As far as maintaining any of their stuff. Probably won't be back on if it's not a problem in-house. But in the meantime, I said I was going to do a Whiskyfile logo for Enra, and we're going to do it midstream because we're out over the ocean. Why not? I could always quickly snap over to the radio when need be. So, we're going to go new file. My 1200 by 1200. You can see some of my other things for some of the other stuff for the channel. This is really simple. Here we go, and Whiskyfile. Grab that. We're going to change the font real easy. It is Woodford, I believe. Oh, no, Woodhill Company. That's what it is. That's my font. I'm just going to make this big just so it's not a pain to deal with. And we're going to create outlines. Make it big. Copy it. This is a good trick if you want to ever center things. There we are. That is the Whiskyfile logo. Without the curve. Courtesy for Enra. Control save. I'll throw it in here because I might use it for something else. Whiskyfile. Straight logo. And SVG, because that is what Gran Turismo reads. Okay, and that was our little tutorial. That's how quick it is to make some decals if you're just doing straight text, which is really nice. Now the big problem is, though, how big is that file? That file is 40 kilobytes. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. Alright, mine will open it. So, we're opening up Illustrator yet again because I'm going to simplify it. Because apparently, that is too big. You have to get it down to 15 in order for it to work, which means for reduction, I can get it probably down to 22 or 23 and be fine. Simplify. Oh yeah, that's why. All things, please. Alrighty. That looks good. And we save. 25 kilobytes, that's awesome. Alright. In black and white, that actually might work out, which means I'll open this up in Inkscape.
Oh, I'm back.
Hey, Doug, welcome back.
I must have walked too far away from the router.
That would do it.
Yeah, either that or it's overburdened. Who knows?
Well, with an Xbox, maybe.
So yeah, yeah. Well, I originally played Halo Combat Evolved on original Xbox, but the friend that I had, the one that got me into racing motorcycles, he had, I think it was some type of mech game back in the day, back in the early 2000s.
Was it called Mech Assault?
Maybe. It had this giant peripheral console thing you would connect. It had all these switches and buttons and levers and everything that would go along with it, and you would create your mech, and upgrade that thing, and you get into mech battles.
Was this on 360?
No, it was on the Xbox One originally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the console, and now when I say console, like your cockpit console, that's what it looked like. It looked like this multi-paneled thing. It was huge.
Yeah.
And those things apparently, even though I don't think you can really use them for anything, they're in the retro market, they're really valuable. But I can't remember what the game was called. But I want to say it was like Mech Suit or something like that. I can't remember.
Maybe Mech Warrior, if it's like maybe one of the higher end games.
Yeah, that's probably it. It's something with mech in it, but that might be the one. Yeah.
Okay.
But I remember playing it, and he had the thing. And I was like, wow, this is really, really cool. And we were playing Halo, running around, and it's like, oh, it's really cool. And then it was like, I got other things going on. I don't care. Yeah. And then, that's right. I think I had like PlayStation 1 and I think PlayStation 1, I think I got one and I ended up taking it back. It was like, the games they weren't really impressive, like they are nowadays.
Yeah.
They were really cool in the day, but not really something you'd want to, I mean, I'd rather, run around racing motorcycles.
No, I get you, and especially because racing it's an investment.
Oh, it's an incredible investment, yeah. I mean, I used to just work. All my overtime, I would work for the tire bill. You'd spend $400 or $600 every weekend just on tires and gas and entry fees. So, I was lucky enough at the time. I'd work Monday through Friday, and I'd have my weekends off, and I would maybe take a vacation day on a Friday to get there early, and get your paddock spot and all that set up. That was what everything was revolved around in the early 2000s for me. So.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if I had the money and I had the time, I would have loved to do it, but
yeah,
it didn't really have much of either.
Yeah, I had a friend that one of the friends that I raced with, and one of his friends, they got into autocross, and he had been into autocross before. Mm-hmm. That was post crash. It was something I was kind of interested in. I was like, autocross, because I had like an Integra, and it was like something I could have easily adapted to do autocross in. Yeah. But it's kind of like, I'm still like a motorcycle racer in my mind. So I kind of didn't take it forward to do that. So.
And there's no greater rivalry than a car racer and a motorcycle racer.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. But
see, to me, if it makes loud noises and goes really fast, I'm really happy with it. I don't care how many wheels it has.
Yeah, I know. My brother and everybody in my neighborhood when I was a kid growing up, and that's in the 80s. Totally into muscle cars. Mm-hmm. That was the whole thing. Camaros and Mustangs, Chargers and Challengers and Mavericks and all the other different types of cars you could get. Le Mans and Oldsmobiles and all the different things you could get for cheap. I mean, now they're expensive. This is all get out.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, back then it was just like kind of the way the tuner scene was of the Japanese cars a couple, like a decade back. Mm-hmm. But, you can get something cheap and tune the snot out of it. That was the way it was with muscle cars back then. You could get Camaro, old 70s and 60s Camaros and Mustangs, real cheap. So, that's what I grew up in. It was the muscle car era of the 80s. And
because of my dad, I basically am an extension of that.
Yeah.
Because my dad grew up, he had a V8 Camaro, 1983 or 84, I can't remember which year. But he loved that car, and his dad was all into cars. He has a Rolls Royce, he had, because the family still has it, but he's again since passed. But he had a Rolls Royce Silver Cloud. That was 1956, and he really hated, because he was a JPL engineer for a number of years and then worked in other stuff. He was a brilliant engineer, and he hated the fact that Rolls-Royce leaked like sieves. Mm-hmm. It's the titular luxury car. It should work and should work well.
Right.
So he pulled out the chassis, pulled out the engine, and found a, what did he find? It was a Oldsmobile pace car. It was a 1969 Oldsmobile pace car. And stripped the chassis out of that, stripped the engine out of it, because the body was pretty much toast on that car. Did some metal work, had to saw the hood of the rolls just to fit it in. Ended up doing some fiberglass work, and it's pretty much seamless. And
Wow.
that Silver Cloud is pretty much a little hot rod, because it'll do about 150 miles an hour. And so he called it the Thunder Cloud, because it made so much noise.
Cool.
And man, he was just brimming, because he grew up dirt poor. His family basically moved to California, and pretty much came around to whoever could take care of a kid, because they just didn't have enough money to feed him. Now, neighbors would feed him, because sometimes he just wouldn't get enough. And it was basically right in the middle of the Depression when he grew up, so that was kind of commonplace. But he always dreamed of making it big and stuff, and well, he by the latter third of his life, he had his own business. He had a Victorian mansion in Delaware, and he had a Rolls Royce. He thought he was the richest man on earth.
Yeah.
And with the way that he lived, he was. He was a genuinely happy man.
I've gotta drop off for dinner time.
Okie doke.
So
You enjoy,
Alright,
Doug.
well,
I will be here in the skies, probably still over the Atlantic if you want to come back.
will do, man.
But you enjoy, sir. Give your
Alright,
family my
man.
best.
Safe flight.
Will do.
Yeah.
See ya. Ah, well, that was nice. Thank you again, Doug, for joining in. It's nice having company for a long-haul flight like this. That is quite the treat. 'Cause it is a long way across the Atlantic. We hit the first marker, and I'm checking my flight plan.
Whiskyfile right tail 1776 heavy contact Gander Center on 125.075. Good day.
Going to 125.075 Whiskyfile red tail 1776 heavy. Gander Center Whiskyfile red tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile right tail 1776 heavy Gander Center continuous planned.
Yeah, so actually these markers are not registered in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is the reason why they're not designated as they should be. Because actually, no, never mind. Okay, I'm only sort of right. Oh, they're GPS coordinates. That would explain it. And so it's only giving me the north. Let's see here. 5540 north. Oh, it's up here. Is that where I am? Yeah, that is where I am. We are almost at the halfway point of crossing the Atlantic. Look at me being smart and kind of figuring things out. So basically it's just routing me via GPS coordinates. So that's the way that it does things. User or a spam bot, you can in fact go to the rear of the plane. You shall go in timeout. Goodbye. We do not do spam here. So yeah, 5540, 55 north, 40 west. is currently, let's see here, probably about 180 miles. So we'll get there in probably about a half hour, maybe a little bit less, given the speed we're going. Actually, a little bit more, because, oh, no, because we're doing about 500. So actually, it might be 20 minutes, give or take. You know, I wonder something. I want to make sure the tab's muted when I do this, but given that there's not anyone currently on the flight, most of y'all are asleep, which I would fully understand. I wonder if I can do this. My channel videos. Okay, let's see if this actually pops up. Let's bring up OBS. Hey, it does. That's cool. Eek. Here we go, time for shameless plug time, because I can, and you can't stop me. I'm just kind of saying how far I can really push this.
Hello and welcome to the Whiskyfile. This is the very first video for this channel, and it's something I've wanted to make for a while. I love whiskey, hence the name for the channel. It was also a running joke with one of my coworkers, as I had an empty filing cabinet, and one of my coworkers gave out gifts one Christmas of individual servings of Jack and Coke, and that's where I kept it. So, what started my love for whiskey? Well, I am one of those rare American kids that actually started legitimately drinking when I was 21. Now granted, I had tried some stuff when I was younger with my parents, like I had a little bit of beer to taste, wine, and once had a drink of some Chivas Regal 12-year, something even to this day I won't try again. But when I was 21, I was in a bar in Chicago with some friends from my school, and they found out I had just turned 21, so they bought me a shot of Jameson. It was awful. I believe one of my other friends bought me a shot of tequila. That was also not great. I have no idea to this day what that tequila was, but not a fan. But I had some mediocre beer that night, and had an old-fashioned up on the 93rd floor of the John Hancock Tower, which was quite pleasant, and a brief story for another time. Fast forward several months, and I was in Edinburgh, at the tail end of a short trip that took me from Paris through London and concluding in Edinburgh. I was wandering through the city and was making my way up to the castle at the center of town. It's a long avenue with a bunch of tourist traps, and one caught my attention. A nice man with a good Scottish accent said for £10 I could go into the museum, learn about the history and the making of scotch, and at the end have a tasting. And for £20 I could get the same thing, but I get 4 additional tastings. So I took him up on the ladder as I came back down from the castle, and it was fascinating to learn about the history and process. After that, we walked through their massive collection of over 3,000 bottles, and then came to the tasting room where I tried a blended scotch for the first time. It's actually recommended to have a blended scotch here, as each of the other 4 tastings in the main bar area are only from the single malts that they have from the 4 major regions of Scotland. Now, I enjoyed each one and cannot recommend enough this museum. And while they're not a sponsor, the link below is to their website and location if you're ever in Edinburgh. Highly recommended. Now, I don't remember all of what I tried, but I remember my favorite being an Islay Scotch, which turned out to be the Lafraige 10-year. I greatly enjoyed talking with the bartender as he told me about each one, and offered the Lafraige Triplewood as a 6th bonus tasting, given my liking for the 10-year. It was heavenly. And from that day, I was hooked. So that's my brief story about how I fell in love with scotch and whiskey in general. I in no way claim to be an expert, but I genuinely enjoy it and will gladly share my opinions and would love to hear yours in the comments below. I'm always open to try something new, and I'm open to all suggestions except for Chivas Regal 12-year. Just no. Not for me. Going forward, I'm going to try and keep these videos short, at most 5 minutes each week, though some will be shorter, on something whiskey related. Some weeks it'll be history or informative, other weeks it'll be tastings or recommendations. So sit back, relax, pour yourself a glass as we go through the whiskey file. Cheers.
That was my first video. Well, first video on this channel. That's cool. I'm also just genuinely impressed that that worked. And we are of course getting spam of all sorts. I do not want spam. Don't want any spam. You can go to hell. I'll happily send you there. Be a one-way ticket. Get out. People are really annoying sometimes. Genuinely don't understand the whole idea of spamming things. Why do you just want to ruin someone else's fun? I'm having fun here. Get to fly an airplane. Taking a nice, easy cruise across the Atlantic. That's actually not looking that bad in compression. Little bit. Oh, what the heck is going on with this? There we go, now it's working. Flotation cushion. Pull to remove. See, I didn't lie about that. Your seat cushion can be used as a flotation device. So I wonder what's back here. Nondescript textures, door locks, warning, for takeout and landing, the seatbelt must be fastened. Yeah, see, there's the jump seat. Alright, oh, actually no. I don't know where the jump seat is. Maybe because it's actually a formal seat. Hey, look, my hat. Got a hat here, got an exit sign, there's another hat there if you need it. Oh, they might not actually have a jump seat because this plane already has multiple seats. Oh, there it is. Oh, emergency egress. Oh, so you basically just go through the door if you need to if it's locked. Just sort of pull it off, I'm guessing. Always go in here and check out the lavatory. Actually don't know how to move forward, which is the reason why I'm crabbing. Here's the galley. Another bathroom if you need it. And that just leads directly to the cargo. Yeah, this is a highly detailed model. I really like it. They did a good job with it. Just wish that they used the cockpit It's not 100% accurate. But I'll take 95%. Always good to stay hydrated. Yeah, I appreciate the folks that have liked this so far. I'm just actually looking at it. It's updated on the actual chat here. Get custom emojis. That's cool. Yeah, one of these days I'll fiddle around with that. But yeah, so we are currently flying over the Atlantic Ocean. We are trucking along at 578 knots, which is a pretty good clip. I mean, to put that into perspective, well, actually, we'll just put that into perspective. Why not? 578, that is 665 miles an hour. Over in kilometers, that is 1,070. Now, that is not the fastest we've gone tonight, but certainly a pretty decent amount of speed. And we have been flying for almost 5 hours now. The actual flight time is a little bit shorter than the actual stream, given that from takeoff, takeoff didn't occur until hey, we had a sketchy takeoff, dude, didn't we? It's because the plane was basically right at the edge, and I was thinking I was still flying a 737. But yeah, basically, it took us about 40 minutes or so to get through all taxiing and stuff like that. So we've been in the air for about 4.5 hours. We're doing good on fuel. We're at 58%, which is just fine because we started out at 85. And so to be roughly about the halfway point, we have more than enough fuel to make it to the end of this flight. We are currently approaching 55 north, 40 west. To give you an idea, given that we're getting pretty close to that point there, we'll see how much further it is. It is 1,642 miles, or just to draw a straight line. Now, we're not doing an exact straight line, but basically that's half the continental United States. We're looking at probably about 2.5 more hours of flight time from this location. Now, we have done quite a long flight. We have flown from, if you're just joining in, from Miami up the coast of the United States, up the coast of Canada, crossed over at Saint-Pierre and, what was the other one? Miquelon. I don't know exactly how to pronounce that, but it's where the cities of St. Anthony, Gander, Buchan's, St. John's, that's the island that it's on. So we are actually doing pretty good on time. We might actually arrive a bit early, just given the tailwind and the speed that we're keeping. Just have this thing riding pretty much right at the edge of overspeeding. To be honest, I shouldn't be going this fast. The Blues plane is rated at 0.81, but I'm not going on 1 Mach. Because why not? Fuel starts getting low, we'll pull it back, but we still have nearly 60% fuel. We've come this far on 25% to actually 27% fuel, so that's pretty darn good. Planes are really efficient these days. It's kind of crazy. Alright, more bots. They should be removed. Just going through and deleting spam. Because we don't need spam. Well, let's see what's going on in the world, shall we? Because today is January 16th. Snow and ice expected for a major winter storm across the East Coast. We got the update from Doug. He's getting a light snow, but it's probably worse further down south, as was evident from what I was seeing in Miami. Oop, what the hell? Ooh, that was something.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy, you are 1,000 feet above your assigned altitude.
That was really something.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 10.
Interesting.
Descend and maintain flight level tree 10. Whiskyfile Red
I
Tail
have no idea what just happened
1776
there.
Heavy.
'Cause I did not touch the controls. Very weird. I think we just jumped 1,000 feet. That was really weird. Maybe we disconnected slightly. Let's see what's going on. Let me make sure the stream's still going. No, the stream's still going. Okay, we're good. Everything is fine. That was really crazy. Man. It's the second glitch we've had with this airplane. Well, you just stay put, 777. Stay put. Alright, Fauci has a $10 million investment portfolio that includes Chinese companies. That's convenient. Democrat voters support harsh punishment for the unvaccinated. Says that 48% of voters favor Joe Biden's plan to impose a COVID-19 vaccine mandate on employees of large companies, despite the fact that it was deemed unconstitutional in the Supreme Court. It just shows the totalitarian mindset of the Democrat Party, but that's neither here nor there. This is good news. All hostages are alive and rescued in the Texas synagogue standoff, and perpetrator was killed. Good. Monsters like that need to die. Basically, if you're unaware of what it is, which I knew loosely about it, but I didn't hear too much about it. It says local media is currently reporting that the suspected Islamic jihadist who took hostages at a Jewish synagogue in Colleyville, Fort Worth suburb, has been shot and killed at approximately 9:15 p.m. local time. A loud bang was heard, followed by gunshots, most likely a flashbang, and then a raid team. CBS reported that the FBI hostage rescue team, so that's what it was, so SWAT, it was FBI, which included 60 to 70 agents. Man, it's a good amount of people. Flew from DFW, flew into DFW from Washington. DFW stands for, of course, Dallas Fort Worth, if you're from that area. If you don't know, that's what it is. Earlier in the day, executed the explosion and entry. The explosion is most likely either a flashbang or might have been a breach, from the way they're describing it. The FBI special agent in charge said the resolution was the result of a long day of hard work by nearly 200 law enforcement officers. Colleyville police officers arrived at the synagogue Saturday morning at approximately 10:45 a.m. for a SWAT operation and established a perimeter around the congregation Beth Israel Synagogue. Locals were evacuated from the area. The FBI was also on scene assisting police, as well as the Texas Department of Public Safety North Tarrant Regional SWAT team. Good on them. The boys are heroes. And that is courtesy of the Post-Millennial for that article, if you're wondering. That is... I'm sorry, but the whole... Anti-Semitism has no place in this world, no place in this country. And it worries me that I've been seeing a rise of it. Now, granted, they described the guy as an Islamist jihadist. If you know anything about Islamic terror groups and whatnot, they, of course, really don't like Israel. Just slowing down because there's a plane up there. I just don't want to run into issues. Doesn't look like I'm going to, so we should be fine because he's going off on a different path. Originally it looked like we were going to converge, but we're not. But yeah, Islamic terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, they all chant death to Israel and stuff like that. Just has no place in this world. And for people to also engage in anti-Semitic stuff, it's just not right. CGT 1896.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy traffic is 1 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 320 generic. Report them in sight. Cargo Jet 18906 traffic is 3 o'clock, 2 miles at flight level 2905 Boeing. Report them in sight.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy have the generic in sight.
Cargo Jet 18906 have the Boeing in sight.
So that was wrong. My plane shifted a little bit. I was avoiding that collision. Interesting. Okay. So that was cargo jet. Let's see what they were flying. Boeing 767 300 series that was converted into a cargo. Cool, and they were going from... Where are they going from? Hamilton John C. Murno. Oh no, flying to there. From Cologne in Germany. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, those the FBI agents there, the police in Dallas Fort Worth. Props to them, man. Bunch of heroes. Glad they got everyone out and got everyone out safely. Apparently Disney Plus reveals a new footage of Moon Knight trailer. No, Moon Knight and a trailer release date. I don't understand the reason why you'd need to tease a trailer, because the trailer is the tease for the movie. Just show the trailer, but hey, what do I know? Ooh, the movie Scream pushed out Spider-Man. Top spot. Goodness. Lori Loughlin's home was burglarized, estimated $1 million in jewelry stolen. Goodness. Lori Loughlin is, of course, fame in the movie Full House. She lived in the Hollywood Hills. Currently, LA is in the midst of a crime wave, given we have a DA who will not prosecute any crimes whatsoever. So, if you want to steal things, come to Los Angeles. But don't mess with the sheriffs, only mess with the LAPD, because the DA does not have authority countywide, only citywide. No, YouTube, I'm not actually calling for it. It's a joke. It's because the city is a joke. Makes sense? It makes sense to me. But yeah. So, Lori Loughlin was also famous for being part of a bit of a scandal where I believe she was part of that bribery and racketeering thing that was going on, or something like that, for inflating SAT scores to get into college. Well, it sucks that she got burglarized. Seriously, the city needs to clamp down on crime. Needs to do it quick. I've been sitting down too long. I guess I might need to actually get up and walk around a little bit. See, typically on flights like this, they would most likely have 3 or 4 pilots on board. And so 2 would fly, 2 would rest, they'd switch off. 1 would do the takeoff, probably 1 would do the landing. See, this is the easy part here. It's just a matter of getting to the location. But I've got the patience. I mean, I've got the internet to amuse me, as do you. I do appreciate anyone who has made it this far through the stream. This is, like I said, this is a long haul. I mean, we have been streaming. How long have we been streaming? Trying to find that page. Yeah, because we've been streaming for 5 hours and 21 minutes, which means we've been in the air for about 4 hours and 40 minutes. I do believe that audio is going to be playing through there. So I just want to check something, because Enro was talking about not hearing a sound earlier. I do wonder, did that play through? Oh, no, it didn't. Wow. That sucks. Man, I have no idea why the audio didn't work on that. Wow. Safety information on this aircraft was not played, and I don't know why. Well, let's find out, shall we? Alright, we're going to transition really quick. Yeah, I have no idea why it's doing that. Alright. Interesting. I have no idea why it wasn't doing the audio. It should have. I set it up exactly the same way. Alright, because we are currently at a lull. I believe all my buddies are either at dinner. See, that was working. I have no idea why. Let me check the stream again. Sorry if you hear double audio. Sorry if you hear double audio. Sorry if you hear double audio. Yeah. For all I need to actually get up and walk around. See, typically I'm just trying to find that page. Again, sorry for any repeated audio, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to troubleshoot. Oh, there it is. Saw it briefly. We are currently at a lull. Yeah, see, that one works. I have no idea why that one works and the other one doesn't. Maybe do it this way. And I'll just rename it. We'll remove that. Rename 777F. Pass it to video. Okay. Let's do that and I wonder then. Send an audio output, right? Could it be that there's no audio to that video? That would be embarrassing. Alright. So that, there it is in there. I guess it was just some sort of issue there, and I have no idea why, because it was coming through on my end. It just was not coming out. It's really annoying. But I figure y'all should actually hear the shenanigans. Oops. No, I didn't want to do that. So I'm just playing around with OBS and getting things to work, so let's just see if this will actually work.
We are flying in a Boeing 777 freighter variant. Now please take a moment and pay attention as we go through the safety information for this aircraft. Given we are in a cargo aircraft, we don't care about the boxes. They're bolted in place on pallets, so no need for seatbelts. If you are in the cockpit, these are my machines!
Those machines? My machines! How is that helpful? They're my machines! My machines!
We good? Good. Am I having too much fun with these? Maybe. Is this professional? Yeah, sure, why not? But if you do happen to find yourself in our business class, of which we have 4 seats available, I guess we should go through the usual formalities.
When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight, as we may experience turbulence.
Given it's just the cockpit or the small business class that's occupied, and boxes are totally screwed if we need to evacuate or crash, as Tom Hanks can attest, there are 2 emergency exits located on either side of the plane. If you happen to be in the cargo hold, the other doors can be used to vacate the aircraft as well. Lights will guide you to any of the emergency exits.
Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a life raft.
In the event of a water landing, a life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpiece. Your seat cushion can be used as a flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, slip your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion to your chest. Now, we recommend, if we crash in the ocean, please try and befriend a volleyball to keep your sanity, as with only a few souls on board, they probably won't look for us that hard until you fashion a raft out of palm trees and find a cargo ship in the middle of the ocean after losing your best friend.
Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored in the event of a decompression. An oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you, place it firmly over your mouth and nose, secure the elastic band behind your head, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. At this time, your portable electronic devices must be set to airplane mode until an announcement is made upon arrival. If you noticed your video stream has stopped, that's because you fell for that and I will never get tired of that joke. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight, even though some of you think you look cool doing it. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all other safety information in the card located in the seat pocket in front of you. If you do not have a seat pocket in front of you, you're probably not actually on a plane, which we don't find all that surprising. We strongly suggest you read this card before takeoff, and good luck if you don't have one. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members or in the chat next to the video. So sit back, relax, and when we're safely at cruising altitude, pour yourself a glass.
And we want to thank you for choosing Whiskyfile Logistics, subsidiary of Whiskyfile Spirit Airlines.
Okay, so that actually did work. Yay, that makes me happy. So I figured out how to make the audio actually work. I have no idea why it didn't. To be honest, I should have tested it, but I literally edited that about an hour before I started streaming. Didn't have a chance to. Now we are still out over the Atlantic. We are approaching, let's see, I believe this is 5630. So we're basically going along by the degrees. I really wonder. Well, because given that we're far north, the degrees west won't all be that much, but everything seems to be going pretty darn well. Let's see, at least that's nice. They embossed it with the Boeing 777 here. Luckiest aircraft in the sky. Get it because it's a 777. Huh. Yeah, I'm full of lame jokes. I'll give you a subscribe to this channel, the more you'll learn, but usually YouTube things, like, subscribe, comment, share, all the YouTube things. Ooh. Goodness. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to send it to him too. I'm a smart YouTuber. You know, for when Duncan actually sees this, I might fly to South Africa with this plane. I wonder what's over here. I know he has some different things. Ah. Let's do it this way then. Okay, so you don't know much different over here. Nothing that I could really play with, at least. Ooh, we're getting a strong shear wind now, 87 knots. Going pretty much due north. This is a nice flight. Fairly relaxing. This is definitely the longest flight that I've ever done. I've never done an 8-hour flight. I've done transatlantic. I've done full across the continental United States before, but I have never done an up the coast and across the ocean. It is a long one. But the good news is we're approaching 5630. This is the furthest north that we will go. We'll start descending south. We're currently 400 and probably about 50 miles from the last geographical, basically longitudinal marker. And then we'll be approaching Dogal, which will be the first checkpoint leading our way over Ireland and then into England. So we are in the home stretch, boys. Oh, and girls. That's pretty cool. Well, now I've mentioned before the name for this aircraft is of course Whiskyfile Logistics. Now Whiskyfile, the name, has long since predated anything around there, but the way that this actually came about, so I had the channel name already done. I think I launched the YouTube channel by that point. And one of my buddies got really into Euro Truck Simulator, which it's pretty cool. And he wanted, let's see, he was doing I'm part of a racing group called GLR, Guinness Lounge Racing, and it's a league that I and 6 of my other buddies started together, and basically an offshoot of a chat that was started by, I would say probably three main guys that started that one. And well, long story short, so in Euro Truck Simulator, he wanted a Guinness themed kind of trucking company name, wanted to do Guinness Logistics, so I created a logo for him. Well, at the time, I was really getting into Elite Dangerous, which Elite Dangerous, if you don't know, it's a pretty cool game. You have a near 1-to-1 scale galaxy to explore, which has all sorts of stars, all sorts of planets, all in either their exact or approximate locations. At least for known stars they are. For the unknown ones, they're procedurally placed and generated based off of astronomical data. And you pretty much can go around. You can do trading, you can do bounty hunting, you can do exploring, you can do ground missions now. All sorts of things. It's pretty cool. And yeah, so I was really getting into that. I was doing a lot of trading. And I had just gotten a ship called the Anaconda, which back in the day, and this was before I started playing, the Anaconda was the it was the unattainable ship. It was like the peak goal. And well, I got that ship, outfitted it for trading, and was using it for that. So I had the name Whiskyfile, so it was Whiskyfile Logistics. And with it being Whiskyfile Logistics, I of course made a logo that looked very similar to this. Then made a car for it, which is a Ford Mustang Group 4 car, which, let's see if I can find it. For those of you who were here for my little pseudo tutorial on how I made the Whiskyfile logo, that's what I do for all the graphics on the car. Oh, there it is. So it turned out like that. Ain't that a beautiful beast? So that's the Anaconda Whiskyfile Logistics. The logistics was a little bit larger. I shrank it down when I was putting it on the plane because I made it look better. Two of my favorite whiskeys, Mizunara and Lafroig. And of course, when your whiskey tastes shoot for the moon, we take them to the stars. Same tagline is on the side of the ship. But it was pretty cool. Then after that, the logistics side of things kind of went by the wayside until I put it on the side of a 777. And now, Whiskyfile Logistics has gone to the skies. Speaking of that, that was not supposed to come up. Oh well, when it does. Oh no, it's not coming up on that end. Good. It's not interrupting things. Aw, man. Well, looks like we're gonna still have to open it back up on the main screen. I'm just gonna pull it off over here so you guys don't have to look at me just cleaning up this font. I really hope in Gran Turismo 7 the limit on files will be much higher. So that would be nice. Say 30. The things I can do with 30 kilobytes, man. World's an oyster at 30 kilobytes. I get why they did it. They don't want their whole servers bogged down. Excuse me. Yeah, that's a great thing for your own stream, is to yawn on stream. Yeah, it's mainly just I've been sitting too long. I might get myself something to drink by making myself some tea to wake myself up. Almost there. Alright, that should do it. Okay, so see what I was doing was I was cleaning up the lettering just a little bit. And we save it as a plain SVG. Makes it just easier to read. Doesn't do anything to the file itself. If you wonder what SVGs are, they are scalable vector graphics, I think is what it stands for. And they are really great for basically a lot of, you know, if you need a scalable vector image, which is basically means you can shrink it to any size or raise it up to any size, and it will retain its resolution because it is a vector. Basically think of it like CAD. And so with like a CAD software or something like that, with a CAD software or something like that, you know, you can zoom in as far as you can and it won't ever kill the resolution because it's just straight lines. That's what vectors really do. It's all a matter of line work rather than raster images like JPEGs or PNGs, which those are made up of pixels, so you have to have a set resolution. So for instance, good example is this video. This video is at 1080p, allegedly. And 1080p means it is 1920 by 1080 as far as the pixels. So there's 1920 across, 1080 vertical. So when you're talking about like 4K, 4K is 2160 by 3840, I think. Sometimes they can vary a little bit. I can sometimes narrow it down. But raster images are much heftier because you have to have data for each pixel, where with vectors you can have it down pretty low to being, you know, just a few kilobytes for some images, because all it is just positions. It's coded positions and that's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and share that graphic really quick so that way NREL will have it. Well, there is an HDMI signal. There it is. Sorry, that is my wheel starting up. This controller is definitely going to die because it always dies. Good news is autopilot allows me to keep the thing flying when I can't necessarily see.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Chadwick Center on 123.905.
Well, that is a British channel. That is a British channel, folks. We are officially in British airspace, or at least in airwave space.
1776 heavy. Shandwick Center, Whiskyfile
Shandwick.
Red Tail 1776 heavy, flight level 310.
Actually, might be British, or it might be like
Retail
Irish.
1776 Heavy Shandwick Center. Continue as planned.
Wow, that is that's huge. Now it's going to be fairly quiet all the way through, but we have officially crossed the border from being in Canadian radio space to now Irish-British airspace, or I guess radio space, I don't know. Taking a guess on that one, which is pretty neat though. scrolling through Discord. There is so much on Discord. Just so much. I have a very narrow bandwidth of attention, so if I ignore you on Discord, or in one Discord, just try me on another. I'm usually friends with like people on 3 different Discords anyways. Also, shout out to Full Man Shoe on PSN because he just liked something. At least I think that's what his name was. That's what it looked like. Because this is mine, only sharing with friends. So let cool kids get it. Okay. Well, that is. Oh, that was a. I just pressed B, didn't I? Damn it. What did I do? Did I do anything? Oh no, that was a B is deceleration anyway, so. That's fine, we're still... You know, we're still at altitude. We haven't died. Yeah, unfortunately if we did. I don't like dying. Dying is very unfortunate. You're going a little off course though. That means I've got a correct plane here. No, actually no, I don't think we're off course. Sort of. Okay, what I'm just trying to do is jumpstart the yeah, so this is the problem that I was dealing with before.
Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy, you are 1,100 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 310.
Climb and maintain flight level 310, Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy.
Okay, I might need to turn off L now too, which let's see. Yeah, you can see how far off track I am. And I'm off by miles. I have no idea why. Also, why are you doing that? Stop dropping. Here.
That could be why. There we go. Autopilot had disconnected. So right now, let's, there we go. Now we're going back on track. That was a good thing I noticed. I didn't even notice that it turned off. Huh. Should have noticed that thing there. Because I know it alerted me, but I thought it was before when I was dealing with things. So that's fun. Now we're actually turning. We're fine. Nothing like a little bit of troubleshooting, huh? That just stresses me out. I don't like it when my plane doesn't do the things that I want it to. Oh, interesting. Just looking at the latency. So right now we're just sort of correcting back onto our flight path. We're back up to our cruising speed, cruising altitude. Actually, I really think I just need something cold. So I'm off to get a drink. We're back on track, so that's good. Alright, it's public shame time. So my girlfriend, she works at a lab at her university, and she has a god-awful, terrible lab mate named, I'm gonna call her Bob, just because Bob is clearly not her name. And her name is Bob. And Bob is a moron. Like, I'm talking borderline, keep crayons away from her because she'll eat them kind of moron. Now, my girlfriend, and I talked about it a little bit, that she coughs sometimes and exacerbates an old injury. And because she had coughed from a severe case of allergies years ago. And so whenever she gets into really bad coughing fits, it causes her to be in really bad pain. So my girlfriend, of course, tells Bob this, and Bob basically says, nah, it's fine, I can't be there at all this weekend to help you out, so kindly go take a long walk off a short beer. And I'm like, and when my girlfriend told me this, I was like, well, that's very nice of her. Now, this girl is usually pretty inconsiderate. She has the political views of someone who would be greatly inconsiderate and very selfish, thinks that everyone else should do everything for her, and thinks that she is God's gift to man because she went to college. Now, she is beautifully evident that college people are really dumb. So, now, fortunately, now she's at least showing some concern when my girlfriend says that she's probably going to go to the health center just to get things checked out, make sure everything's okay. But Bob here, just to talk about how stupid she is, when My girlfriend was trying to schedule time for some of the undergrads to do something. I forgot exactly what. She said in the AM or PM. And Bob responded like in the morning or afternoon. And it's like, Bob, AM means morning, PM means afternoon, evening. And given that we usually quit at 5 anyways, it's probably going to be the afternoon. But Bob's not that bright. Bob also was very impressed that my girlfriend was able to use 2 wrenches on a bolt, where you put one wrench on one side and then you crank it with your other hand in order to turn it, because Bob, was just sort of spinning it around and couldn't figure out why it was still spinning. Yeah, Bob's not that bright. But she's a graduate student, so she's got to be super smart. So that is my moment of public shame, even though I'm not publicly outing her. But yeah, Bob's really dumb. And only my girlfriend gets the joke of why I called her Bob. It's not just because it's a generic name, but also because Bob is another person who holds the same name, but is actually considerably smarter. Also is considerably mellowed down on the politics, which is kind of amazing. Yeah. We can only hope. Now, I figure because I'm here, and I didn't talk about this the last time I was flying. When I was coming in for a landing, I quickly flipped this switch it was about maybe 2,000 feet off the ground and about maybe a couple miles from the runway. What this is it's the auto brake. Now, when you're taking off, you set it to RFO. I forgot what RFO stands for, but we can look it up. Basically what that is slam on the brakes if you're taking off and pray to God that you don't run off the runway. No, that's not right. That is what that is. Oh, RTO. My bad. I just can't read. You can blame California Public Schools for that one. They are 48th in the nation for a reason. Rejected takeoff. That's what it is. So basically, at a certain point, you can slam that on, and the brakes will slam to a halt, pretty much borderline melt, but it'll keep you from killing everyone. Then you have 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are for various runway lengths. 4 being, of course, the heaviest amount of braking, 1 being the least. I will probably be doing 2 on this run, just given the weight of the aircraft, but I should be on a long runway, so that should be okay. Hey, Todd. We are close, my friend. We are officially in at least European radio airwave space. We just transferred over to Shanwick, which I'm guessing is based in Ireland. And they're probably one of the main contacts over the Atlantic. We just crossed over 56 north 30 west. We are approaching 55 north 20 west as we get closer and closer to Britain. So we are very close. It's probably going to be maybe another hour and a half flight. If I actually take my navigation here, you can see here's Dogal just outside the 300, or actually, let's see, this is 80, 60, 40, 320. So right here at about the 160, so it's maybe 180 miles away, is Dogal, and given our speed, we'll probably get there in about 20-30 minutes. That is the first waypoint leading over Ireland. So we're probably about 250 miles away from Ireland, give or take. We'll go get some more. There's some in the cupboards. You still on the moonshine, my friend? Nice. I actually had Doug on the radio for a bit. That was fun. Talked a bit about his motorcycling. Talked a bit about military stiffs. It was good fun. I think for the smaller flights, those ones obviously don't really warrant having a bunch of people on, but for these long hauls, it is genuinely nice to have some company. Oh, and I also got down to the bottom of my flight safety video and why it was not showing up. For some reason the audio setting on it was kind of garbage. So it never connected to it, so I reran it about 5 hours into the flight. Actually, how long have we been going? Should probably look at that. Here's a headline that is basically yeah, but what of it? New Omicron subvariant in the UK is highly transmissible. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Omicron was highly transmissible. Deal with it. Ooh. Yeah, Doug was quite pleased with it. Or was he looking at it? I can't remember which. Yeah, my girlfriend just sent me that headline, and I'm like, but it's already transmissible, and also it's not a huge deal. I know some people have adverse reactions, but hey. Oh yeah, his next bottle. Okay, I do remember that. We had another autopilot glitch, which was kind of fun. It turned out I had just turned off autopilot. But it's all good now. Just cruising out here in the dark. You know, I was looking for an app that would allow me to deal with the radio stuff on my phone, because that would be really cool. But apparently one of the assist apps for Flight Simulator, all it shows is my map stuff. I have that off on my second screen. That's fine. I don't care about that. Autopilot stuff's fine, but I like actually looking at it. I just wanted something for the radio. Let's see what else they got, because yeah, it doesn't seem to be much here, which is a shame. Be nice, but oh well. Cause I'd like to be able to deal with the controls and then be able to fly. It would just make things so much easier, but Yeah, that was something I was going to download on here. That was an app that I had taken off because it just destroyed my phone. So what'd you have for dinner there, Todd? Genuinely curious. So you often have really good food. You're constantly posting pictures that make my mouth water. Unless you already posted pictures. No, just a few things about snow. Nothing in the food. Pretty cool Hyundai by the wizard himself. Ooh. Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. Because you showed the beginning makings of it. It was like an 8-hour sauce, right? Oh, 9 hours now. Ooh. Supposed to be 8 hours. Yeah, basically an extra hour just helps it all the more. It's like the longer you cook a sauce, man, the better it gets. Because I've got a recipe for, it's probably, I mean, at a minimum, it's a 6-hour sauce. Because it does take a while, but man, it's good. So I just downloaded Pokemon Go on my phone because I haven't played that in a long time because my phone battery just wouldn't let me do it. And now it's just all the changes to it. Oh my god, there's Spheals everywhere. It's a Spheal infestation. Yeah, I'm a Pokemon nerd. What of it? And I can still throw a pretty superb Pokeball. Let's see, photos will be coming soonish. Maybe a lot, so I can use it tomorrow to make Big ZD with it. That sounds awesome. I like a Big ZD. That stuff is delicious. Man, now I want pasta. You always make me hungry, Todd. Well, that's cool. Been so long since I played that game, I didn't even know people still played it. But I guess they do. That's neat. I caught 2 new Pokemon. I don't know what they're called because they're from a generation that I don't care about anymore. Yeah, I know. But that's because I'm always hungry. My tummy wants pasta. You did this to me, Todd. You did this. It's all your fault. I just went back to the food porn hub, or food porn pub. Good lord. Oh, it's called food porn, aka pub food. Okay. That actually could have been a really funny play on words. A little bit, so use that as you will. Feel free. Feel free to steal it. But I went back there and looked at your sauce, and man, your sauce looks good. And that was just 8 hours ago. Well, 9 hours ago now. Oh, interesting. The range on this is actually correct. Because you can see here, it's saying that it's 80 nautical miles to that point there. So that means this is the 160. This is the 320. This is the 480, and this is the 640. In other planes, it's half that, and it's really stupid. So that's at least nice. I completely blanked on this being here. But it'll actually say that's my waypoint, 5520, that's the north vector and the west.
So 55 degrees north, 20 degrees west. And I am angled, I'm doing a heading of 112 degrees. So 90 is of course pure, like 100% west. So I'm doing a little west and, or I'm doing a lot west and a little south. And we're 70, almost 70 nautical miles from that point. Which means probably about 240 miles to Dogal. So that looks like about an hour or so. And then you can start seeing here, Bakker, over 500 miles over here. And I'm guessing the little turnaround will be sort of up in this way. That'll be my approach into Heathrow. So we're almost there, buddy. Let's see, food porn pub. That's what it could be. So people will then stumble over it like I just did. Be pretty funny. Do it. Do it. I mean, granted, I know I had the power to do it too, but I don't feel like I have the authority to, if that makes sense. I still feel new, even though I've been with you guys for a long time. I mean, granted, I've only been a part of the pub for maybe, what, 9 months? 8 months? Something like that? I have no idea. I've been there for a while, but not a while, if that makes sense. I don't know, I get my brain confused. Brain like to do dumb. Brain do dumb lots of times. I blame California public schools. They do make you dumb. When did I join? Oh, I went way too far back because I was not even in this in 2020. I went back all the way to when Rockley joined. Oh, I found it. I joined. Oh, my 1 year anniversary is almost in a month. Like a Holman greeting me with Chicken Man. Ah, wonderful. Your first message to me in the pub was, "It's the Chicken Man." No, it's the Chicken Dude. Welcome, dude. Grab a stool at the bar, just not the one over there. That one's for Pub Madman, aka Doug. He tends to throw shit when people sit on his stool. Tip the bartender and the drinks get a little stronger. Our official tour guide will be around shortly to show you around, but feel free to look around while you wait. Glad to have you here as a member, buddy. 2 beers clinking together, and another 2 beers clinking together, and a whiskey and a whiskey. We should do something February 20th. That'd be fun. I know you are. This is my own brain. You have no authority in my brain, only I do, but then when I don't have authority in my brain. Yeah, I overthink it. I'm gonna put it on you, because I don't want to do it. But yeah, we should, okay, I'm gonna check and see, what day is February 20th? Oh, yes. February 20th is a Sunday. We're doing something. I don't know what, but we're doing something. Ooh. I want it to be chicken themed. I'm gonna make everyone make a chicken car. And we're gonna do JD's Chick-tastic extravaganza. Egg extravaganza, because you gotta go along with the chicken puns.
There we go. We will do it. And you must have chicks or chickens on your cars. I will accept both. So if you want a hot girl on your car, that is perfectly valid. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna put this on the stream. Oh, that looks good. Man. Look at this, people. Look at this glorious thing. Well, that made my mouth water. That is a work of art, sir. That looks de-frickin-licious. So I just sent my girlfriend a bunch of gifs of people panicking because the new Omicron variant could be more deadly, or at least more infectious. But to CNN, it's more deadly, despite the fact that it's less deadly. Because CNN are a bunch of fear merchants. That's all they do. That's all they are, and people that facilitate them are just the same. Useless, feckless tools. That's all they are. That's all they'll ever be. But hey, some people aspire to be more. They just aspire to be less. History will not be kind to them. Ooh, now we're getting a headwind. We're at 50% fuel, which is good. Because we were 85 when we started, so that means we've only used 35 and we're pretty close to on our way. It has been a while since we've seen land, but it's been a while since we've seen a plane. Well, we have been flying for quite some time, but I would expect to see a plane up on these routes, but hey, who knows?
That has been the music portion of JD's flight. I am actually a musician. I just sometimes like to do that. Let's refresh on the news and see if there's anything good since then. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Alright. Wow. Now this'll certainly do it. China bans cheering for Winter Olympics. Except for Chinese, I'm guessing. Aims for zero COVID. Well, I mean, when you manipulate the numbers, sure, you can have zero COVID. I mean, I think through the entire year of 2020, they had 83 or 87,000 cases. Just cases. And what was really interesting was that number stayed relatively the same from the middle to late February all the way through to the end of the year. Like, they didn't really get any cases. It was baffling. Truly, we should look to the Chinese. Certainly ignore the bodies that are being incinerated in Wuhan, but hey. So yeah, how do you know a communist government is lying to you? They're saying things. That's not just true in China. Alrighty, we are 156 miles from Dogal. Guessing that's probably the flight time, actually. Is that a timer too? Because I'm trying to figure out what this number is here. The 2:46. So I'm guessing either that is estimated arrival time, or that is time to, which I mean, given that we're flying at basically 482 knots, it's definitely not the time to that checkpoint. I really do wonder. It hasn't gone down. We have been streaming now for a total of 6 hours and 38 minutes. Goodness. That is a long time. We have been almost 6 hours. And report you. Go away. No one cares. And remove. Bad Russian. Bad. No. If I had a rolled up newspaper, I would bop you on the nose. Because, no. You already established this with some of your friends. No spam.
It's not going down. Okay, so it is clearly, I'm guessing, let's see, what is, that is estimated arrival. Got it, because it is currently 12:30 past, it's basically 30 past midnight, so it's 12:30 a.m. in London. And estimated time is going to be 2:46. Given that they are on Greenwich Mean Time, or UTC, that is our estimated arrival. So we've got basically another 2 hours of flight in total. But what's neat is we can start to see that area. Now we are booking it. We are doing 482 knots. And from here to there, we could probably cover that in an hour and a half rather than 2 hours. So we might arrive just a little bit early. Now the flight time in the flight data that I input, it might have that as the arrival time, but we'll see. Just taking a screenshot to send to my lady friend. Dinner is served. Ooh. Oh, that looks tasty. Now, curious, did you salt your water when you boiled the pasta? Oh my god. Oh, that looks tasty. Everyone, look at this. Look around, it's just Todd looking at this, but look at this. Got some Texas toast there. That's nice. Good man. My mom does not salt her noodles. Does not salt her the water before boiling it, which is a travesty. But I can only slightly forgive her because she is French and Irish, and it's my dad's side that is Italian. My dad salts his water. Ah, that's what that was. And so one of the people in one of my Discords got their account hacked. And basically they sent a link saying you get a free month of
of Discord Nitro, and I look at it and I'm like, okay, that's strange, but then it's being spammed everywhere. My response was, okay, first I'm going to mute the server because it's annoying me. I don't like a too active server. I like this right in the middle kind of active. It's got to be in the middle of active. Not too active, completely dead, just the right amount. And that was too much. And so then I also really looked at it and they're like, something's not right here. And, just beware, don't click links. When people post spam in here, ignore them. They're stupid. Basically, they spammed every single one that account could access. And that's just annoying. I mean, who's going to believe that anyways? And also, who's going to want Nitro anyways who doesn't already have it? It's like a person like me. I don't care. I couldn't give a rat's ass about it. I use it to talk to my friends. As long as I talk to my friends, that's cool. Alrighty, Todd. It'll probably be still about another hour or so you got time. Just about ready to fly over Ireland. So enjoy that delicious, delicious pasta. Pasta is one of my favorite foods, man. The way I make it is it's almost more like a veggie stew almost, because I like having some chunks of veggies in it. I do onions, do some garlic, some tomatoes. Yeah, even though I'm a Californian, I like the way Southern people sometimes say things, and it's certain dialects of Southern. So, tomatoes. Don't judge me. Let's see, what else? Let's see, onions, garlic, tomatoes, mushrooms. Mushrooms are key. They are freaking delicious in a sauce. My girlfriend objects to that. It's okay, she has every right to be wrong. Yeah, you're probably thinking, man, you're not gonna last with her. Yeah, we've been together almost 5 years. Man, I adore that girl. Despite her wrong opinion on mushrooms. Let's see. So at least with that one, that's my base. It's like a 2-hour sauce. Because I use a jar basically as a starter. Copious amounts of basil, a little bit of salt in it, and it comes out just beautifully. But if I want to make the sauce from scratch, what I end up doing is I start out with a base of canned tomatoes, canned plum tomatoes. Basically, you just mash the crap out of them with a potato masher. Some cherry tomatoes, adds a lot of sweetness to it, and Roma tomatoes. And then I do basically all the other stuff once that's cooked down and reduced. A little bit of red wine really helps it out. Bit of milk or cream into it is amazing. Cheese, Parmesan cheese is very important in it. And that'll help thicken it up, as well as maybe a little bit of flour. Sometimes that can help too. Because it will start out pretty watery, but you want to cook that thing down. That is an all-day affair for that one. And then I make my homemade meatballs. Those things are delicious. The trick is having extra fine breadcrumbs. What you do is you get some ground beef. Take a pound of ground beef, and then you mix it with Parmesan cheese, breadcrumbs, a caramelized onion, and garlic. And you mince it up really good. Sometimes you can put mushroom in there. I've seen people do it with ricotta cheese. I have yet to do that, but it sounds amazing.
and it'll come out just light, fluffy, tasty. And what you do, well, at least what I do, is I pan sear them just enough so the outside will hold together, and then I throw them in my sauce. And I let those bad boys cook for a couple hours in that sauce. Not only are they getting infused with the sauce, but the sauce is getting infused with them at the same time, cooking them through. And they just come out. See, now I'm getting, my mouth is watering because I'm talking about this. Oh, I ought to make that. I need to get a new pot though. My handle broke on mine. I have one that, I had one now because, yeah, poor thing. Like the metal sheared off. But it has a strainer attachment to it, and it, cool, love that thing. So cook the pasta in that, cook the sauce in another pot, just gonna, oh, so heavenly. One of these days. So if you're looking here, that is London. This bulk here is probably Ireland. Yep, we got Ireland and England. We are close. What's nice is actually this rangefinder is actually correct. So we're about 300 miles off the coast. Actually, we're probably 200 miles off the coast of Ireland. So all these are airport markers. Just pulled my routing there, but all of this is Ireland here. Just sent Mikey a message there, said about 180 miles off the coast of Ireland. In my flight, I'll wave as I fly over. Mikey's a cool dude, obsessed with Guinness. He absolutely loves the stuff. The boy drinks so much Guinness. Call him boy, but he's a year older than me. But he drinks so much Guinness. I mean, it's crazy. He drinks Guinness like I drink tea. It's crazy. I drink a lot of tea. But yeah, his Guinness intake, man. He can put it down. For me, that would knock me on my ass. Fire truck going on. Wonder if that can pick up on the radio. Oh, Matt's doing 2 hours of Green Hill. I'm gonna say hi to him. Do is I am gonna mute this though. Oh. Oh, that's already streamed. I was gonna say mid-stream, say hi from the air, but that's already done. Well, it is past midnight for them. Still nothing but ocean from what I can see. But Ireland is showing up on the map. Still a ways out, but Now getting down to almost 160 miles. We're approaching Dogal, which is our next waypoint. That will lead us into Ireland airspace. Oh, interesting. Time there changed. Changed to 0:46, which is the current time. I guess that is the arrival time. Huh. How about that? Maybe that wasn't a 2. It is a potential that I just can't read. But it looked like a 2. I don't know. The thing is, I punched in that, and that has not changed, which is unfortunate because clearly there's a different thing on the tail. It's 715.
Whiskey Silhouette Tail 1776 Heavy Contact Shannon Center on 127.5.
Oh, humans.
Good day.
Humans. Yay, humans.
Going to 127.5 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy. Shannon Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 Heavy Flight Level 310.
Whiskey Silhouette Tail 1776 Heavy Shannon Center. Continue to make that as planned.
Sneeze there. Unfortunately, got it to the mute button quick enough. Ah. That was a good sneeze. And the next one is, well, it's Bexit, but I'm not supposed to be flying to that one, but hey, oh well. It's fine. Oh, my girlfriend is trapped under her kitty. Her kitty is laying on her legs. When she's trapped, she cannot move. He's a cute kitty. His name is Quill. He is a cute kitty cat. He's a black and white one. Better go catch it. That's a classic joke. Yeah, you can see, okay, so the time is changing. That is the arrival time to that waypoint. That makes sense.
It's been a long flight. Alright, I'm going to go and fetch myself. I'm going to make myself just a cold drink of water. But I figure I will... Okay. Keys. Turn that on. So I will be right back, folks. See you in a bit. And I am back, ladies and gentlemen. Turn that on. Check radio. Looks like we have not updated anything, which is good. And we are currently still at 31,000 feet. We are currently, looks like, just about 80 miles off the coast of Ireland. EINN is the closest airport. E-I-N-N. Airport. I do not know the geography very well, but that is Shannon International General Airport. That is the one that I'm currently in contact with. Currently lies halfway between Ennis and Limerick. And just because we're by Limerick, funny limericks. 25 funny limericks only clever people will get. A forgetful old gasman named Dieter, who, when poking around his gas heater, touched a leak with his light. He blew out of sight, and as everyone who knows anything about poetry can tell you, he also ruined the meter. There was a young fellow of Crete who was so exceedingly neat. When he got out of bed, he stood on his head to make sure of not soiling his feet. That's a play off of the name Cretan person who is both neat and not very smart. There once was a runner named Dwight who could speed even faster than light. He set out one day in a relative way and returned on the previous night. Oh, that was actually a courtesy of Einstein. He made that one. Funny, talking about relativity and all that. The Incredible Wizard of Oz retired from his business because, due to up-to-date science to most of his clients, he wasn't the wizard he was. Gotta work on the, gotta work a little bit on the rhyming on that one. Alright, here's another one. An amoeba named Max and his brother were sharing a drink with each other. In the midst of their quaffing, they split themselves laughing, and each of them now is a mother.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy contact Shannon Center on 13.15.
Alright, that one got me. That one got me. That one amused me.
131.15 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy.
Because of course talking about how cells procreate.
Shannon Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy flight level 310.
Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy Shannon Center. Continue as planned.
There was a young fellow from Belfast that I wanted so badly to tell fast, not to climb up the stairs as the top step was air, and that's why the young fellow fell fast. Mind the gap. That's what that one's called. There was an old girl of Genoa, and I blush when I think that Iowa. Genoa, Iowa. Alright. She's gone to her rest. It's all for the best. Otherwise, I would borrow Samoa. Alright. Jokes about dates and safe. It's not working well. But basically, a limerick has that sort of same cadence. It has a AABBA kind of rhyme scheme, but also has a basically. Yeah. Probably doing a terrible job of it, but at least the way that I'm saying it is how you do limericks. A wonderful bird is the pelican. His bill holds more than his bellican. He can take in his beak enough food for a week, but I'm damned if I see how the hell I can. Alright, you're having fun. There once was a lady named Ferris, whom nothing could ever embarrass, till the bath salts one day in the tub where she lay turned out to be plaster of Paris. Nice. Yeah, this is just a limerick minute with JD. The star violinist was bowing. Their quarrelsome oarsmen, bowing. The star violinist was bowing, because playing the bow. The quarrelsome oarsmen were rowing. But how was the sage to discern from this page? Was it piglets or seeds that were sowing? Clever. Clever. There once was a girl named Irene who lived on distilled kerosene. But she started absorbing a new hydrocarbon, and since then has never benzene. That's a chemistry joke. Yeah, you're clever, funny. A magazine writer named Bing could make copy from most anything, but the copy he wrote of a $10 note was so good he now lives in Sing Sing. Fun fact, Sing Sing is a notorious prison in the United States. I forgot exactly where it is, but very famous prison. Gonna sing, sing. Watch the producers. You'll get that sort of spoiler, but yeah. Mel Brooks is a genius, and then he's a genius in musicals. One Saturday morning at 3, a cheesemonger's shop in Paris collapsed to the ground with a thunderous sound, leaving only a pile of debris. Alright, that was awesome. Oh, it's a cheese pun. I love cheese puns. It's a pun and a limerick all in one, and I love it. Alright, let's send this to Facebook, because I got a friend who, quote-unquote, hates puns. And I say quote-unquote because she is surrounded by 3 very good friends who love puns. Oh, I'm gonna write a limerick. Alright. Alright, we'll do that eventually. Well, boys, that is land ho. I don't know if you can see it with the YouTube compression rate, but there is land. That is the Green Isle. Right there. It's there, guys. We did it. We are over Ireland. This has been a long flight. Now we've got another hour and 29 minutes to the next one, allegedly. Though we are booking it. Still doing 502, which is not bad. And it seems like the tail, or the headwind now is starting to die down. Let's go back to limericks, man. Limericks are fun. Yay! What? My buddy liked that one. This one was called No Gouda. An oyster from Kalamazoo confessed he was feeling quite blue, for he said as a rule, when the weather turns cool, I invariably get in the stew. Huh. There once was a girl in the choir whose voice rose up higher and higher, till it reached such a height it went clear out of sight, and they found it next day in the spoiler. Boy, really trying hard for that limerick. All right. Is algebra fruitless endeavor? It seems they've been trying forever to find X, Y, and Z, and it's quite clear to me, if they've not found them yet, then they'll never. There was a young lady whose chin resembled the point of a pin, So she had it made sharp and purchased a harp and played several tunes with her chin. Okay, no, bad. Bad. You do not rhyme chin with chin. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Do better. How to spell the potato has tried. Many minds, sometimes mine I'll confide. Though it may have an I, there's no E, don't ask why. Not until it's been baked, boiled, or fried. Funny. Yeah, English plays fast and loose with the spelling rules, in case you didn't know. It is a wacky language. The reason it's wacky is it takes spelling rules and other things from like every other language. The thing is a damn parasite. Latches on to anything that it thinks is kind of good. There once was a man from Nantucket, classic limerick, who kept all his cash in a bucket. His daughter named Nan ran away with a man, and as for the bucket, Nantucket. Alright, where I chastised the previous one about the harp for rhyming chin with chin, this one was good, because it was sort of playing off of Nan, because Nan took the bucket. Okay, I will allow for that one, although it did rhyme, sort of. Actually, no, it didn't. Didn't rhyme bucket. Okay. I give it a 75% on the clever scale, where the cheese one was obviously 100%. There once was a young girl who said, "Why can't I look in my ear with my eye? If I put my mind to it, I'm sure I could do it. You never can tell till you try." Alright. That's just kids being dumb and wanting to try and see inside their brains. Doesn't work. A tutor who tooted a flute tried to teach two young tutors to toot. Said the toot to the tutor, "Is it hard to toot or to tutor two tutors to toot?" Alright, where Chest has the first one for rhyming chin with chin and Nantucket with Nantucket, this one rhymed toot with toot. Oi. That's just, that was confusing, but I gave it an 80, where the Nantucket one gets a 70, and the chin one gets a 0. A crafty young bard named McMahon, whose poetry never... What? Oh, McMahon. Oop, I'm getting dings. I'm getting dings. Mute the tab, because I can't get dings. Oh, the person who hates cheese puns made her own boba. That's cool. Alright, as we continue flying over Limerick, let's go for more limericks. As where we left off, a crafty young bard named McMahon, whose poetry never would scan, once said with a pause, "It's probably because I'm always trying to cram as many additional syllables into the last line as I possibly can." That's funny. No, Todd, but we are over Ireland, which is the reason why I am going through limericks, because we are over a place that's halfway between... wait, where is it? It's basically near Limerick. Limerick's down towards the south, I believe. Yeah, down towards the south, I see it. So this is where we are. Here's the Isle of Ireland. There's Limerick. I believe Shannon was where we were sort of coming in. So yeah, so I'm celebrating by going over limericks. There's some good ones here, really good ones. And then there's some real crap. I'll read one to you. I don't know if it's good because I'm just starting to reading it from the beginning. A flea and a fly and a flue were imprisoned, so what could they do? Said the fly, let us flee, let us fly, said the flea. So they flew through a flaw in the flue. There once was a man from Calcutta. He beat his meat in the gutter. You gonna keep going? Come on. Come on, you gotta get the last line. No, last 3 lines. The tropical heat infected his meat. Oh no. And turned his cream to butter. Alright. Alright. That's definitely a limerick. The one that I liked though was this one. And I got my buddy to laugh on it. One Saturday morning at 3, a cheesemonger's shop in Paris collapsed to the ground with a thunderous sound, leaving only a pile of debris. Debris is in cheese. The one is, it's titled No Gouda, because it's not good. It's great. Alright, where did I leave off in this one? Let's see. There was a dear lady of Eden who on apples was quite fond of feeding. She gave one to Adam, who said, "Thank you, madam," and then both skedaddled from Eden. Alright, that's lazy. Stop rhyming Eden with Eden.
1776 heavy contact Shannon Center on 132.15.
I mean, it's funny. It's basically telling Genesis in basically a godless form, but sure. You know the man in Alcatraz. Oh, that's all the limericks on this one. 75 limericks to make you laugh. Oh, but it's a risky website. I won't do it. There once was an old man with a beard who said, "It is just as I feared. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren have all built their nests in my beard." Alright, this one's called, this one's courtesy of Macbeth. Well, at least inspired by him. Let's see. I'll read yours out when you finish. This one is Macbeth. "You'll be king one day," the witches all said. To the throne of Scotland Macbeth would be led. Determined to rule, his actions were cruel, so Macduff chopped his head off instead. You know the man in Alcatraz had 2 balls made of... Hey, hang on. You know the man in Alcatraz who, had 2 balls made of brass. In stormy weather, his balls changed together, and lightning came out of his ass. What have I started? You know, I remember back, this used to be when there was at least 2 listenable hours of NPR. And yes, there were actually 2 listenable hours. Now there's 0, but there used to be 2.
One of course, being Car Talk. Car Talk with Click and Clack, the Teppet Brothers. That was a fantastic show. And it was fantastic because of them, not because of NPR. We all know. The other one, they had a humorous quiz show on news, and it was actually remarkably apolitical from the ones that I remember, but they would often do limericks of things, and it was really funny. They stopped doing it. I stopped listening to them on weekends. So it was a good hour block from like 10 to 12 where these two shows went back to back. It was great. But now, NPR has got in the way of many media things. They're just, well, because we're in Ireland, shite. The limerick packs laughs anatomical, in space that is quite economical. But the good ones I've seen so seldom are clean, and the clean ones so seldom are comical. Thought you'd enjoy that one, Todd, because that one, that one's you do a T, isn't it? A preoccupied vegan named Hugh picked up the wrong sandwich to chew. He took a big bite before spitting in fright. OMG, what the fuck, barbecue? Actually, I probably should have just said, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue, because it abbreviates all three of them, which is very confusing. Alright, this one's specifically for my girlfriend because she might actually find this one funny. I'm going to copy and send it to her. But I will then try and attempt to read it. Because... what? It's chemistry words. And I'm actually going to look this up so that way I can explain the joke, but I have to explain the joke to me. Oh, got it. Okay, no, never mind. I've figured it out. I just had to actually see it written out, and it clicked as I did it. A dying mosquito exclaimed, "A chemist has poisoned my brain. The cause of his sorrow was paradichloro diphenyl trichloroethane." DDT. That one was funny. I like that. That took some effort, but that is some solid limericking. That is some solid limericking. Oh, clanged. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Helps when you don't have moonshine-induced fingers, right? If you catch a chinchilla in Chile and... oh no, okay, I see, sorry. If you catch a chinchilla in Chile and cut off its beard willy-nilly, you can honestly say that you have just made a Chilean chinchilla's chinchilli. That was cute. I like that.
See, some of these are tongue twisters at the same time. They're limericky. Yeah, limericks are fun. Alright, let's see. We are currently almost on the other side of Ireland, so we've only got a little bit more limerick fun to have. Let's see here. Limericks, good clean fun, because you know it's always fun when it's good and clean. Adult poems. There we go. That's more our speed. Because we're on the tail end here. Let's see. There was a young man from Kent whose rod was so long it bent. To save himself trouble, he bent it in double, and instead of coming, he went. No. I really should read these before I read these. Oh, there's the edge of Ireland. Hi, Mikey. Hi, buddy. I don't know where you are. What part of Ireland? I think, oh, I think you're sort of in the middle here. But hi, bud. All right. Back to adult rude limericks. Yeah, I figured you would. There once was a man from Bel Air who was doing his wife on the stair, but the banister broke, so he doubled his stroke and finished her off in midair. Again, I really should read these before I read these, but I'm not going to. A strange young fellow from Leeds rashly swallowed a package of seeds. Great tufts of fine grass sprouted out of his ass, and his balls were covered in weeds. Oh, I see. I was trying to see if the limerick was going to continue, but it said Mary lost her cherry. It's a terrible sin, but she still got the box that the cherry came. All right. There was a young sailor named Bates who danced the fandango on skates. But a fall on his cutlass has rendered him nutless and practically useless on dates. Ouch. Literally. Now we are approaching our final long haul one before we're properly in British airspace, or actually in English airspace, actually, to be more specific. In about 4 minutes, that'll be the next waypoint back here as we're getting to the end, and we're going to end it with one more rude one. Let's see here. What's a good one? Alright, this one will work. There was a young girl from Cape Cod who thought babies were fashioned by God. But 'twas not the Almighty who hiked up her nighty, 'twas Roger the lodger, by God. And we will end her limerick shenanigans on that one. Well, that was fun doing limericks through Ireland. I had to come up with another shtick like that. It's just limericks are fun. Bye, Ireland. We'll come back to you later. We're at 43% fuel, which is excellent. That means, oh shoot, I was supposed to change to Shannon Center, wasn't I?
Shannon Center, Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy Flight Level 310.
I'll blame the flight.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy Shannon Center.
I'll probably transfer it immediately. I have successfully annoyed my friend who hates puns. It makes me happy. What's a pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet? R.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy Contact Manchester Center on 118.775.
Oh boys. We're
Going to
almost there.
118.775 Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy. Manchester Center, Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 Heavy Flight Level 310.
Alright.
Reddale 1776 Heavy Manchester Center. Continue as planned.
Yeah, so we're about still 400 miles out, but we are getting close, my friend. You may think it's R, but it be that C. Say it in a pirate voice, which I did. And it is true, they do like the sea. Alright, Todd, you want to see all the things that I do for a flight coming in for landing? Now, granted, we are still pretty much on autopilot. Got my speed managed here. LNAV is going. VNAV, because it was acting weird, is off, and we're just doing a hold altitude, which is what that button is. That's my altitude. Set at 31,000 feet. You can see it here on my indicator. Heading, I'm ignoring, because LNAV is taking care of that. That's just following the flight plan, which I've already entered in. So yeah, I will talk you through the entire landing, my friend. But at the moment, we are just sitting pretty and hauling ass at 515 knots. But it looks like we have made fantastic time because we've only been in the air 7 hours. And I know what you're going to say. You've been in the air for 7 hours and you think that's a good time. Well, yeah, because it was supposed to be 8 hours and 40 minutes. And if you're wondering what I'm clicking off screen, aside from stream managing stuff, so I've got my map, I've got camera, so I can click that, go to showcase. Woo! It's actually a really cool shot. I'm gonna get this out of the way first. Look at that, that's That's cool. I don't know if it's reading well, but it just looks cool. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Alright. Wow. So yeah, got a map, got my cameras, so that's back in the cockpit. Typically when you're using the buttons on the controller, whatever used to be the back button, it's not anymore. We'll switch between cockpit and the external. See, like that. But in Showcase, it'll actually route it between the drone camera, the camera on the plane, and then suddenly take it to a place off the nearest, basically nearest airport. And then I've got my radio here. But when it goes to the nearest airport, it sometimes can crash my game, so I try not to do that. But that's my radio, so I'm basically just clicking on things here as things come up and then taking on what they're saying. Eventually I want to get to the point that I'm actually communicating with, oh, that's how that's been happening. Interesting. But eventually I want to get to the point where I'm able to just talk it out. But that will be a later time. I don't know if you can do that through this one, but I'd have to do that through, probably through a live server of some sort. So that'll be fun. So right now we're just basically coasting in. Once we get closer to our approach, which will be probably either this point or this point, probably actually this point, that'll be what it's called top of our descent. Actually, I'm going to turn off airport data, just so I don't have all that distracting here. So I can keep an eye on my routing and see where I am. Yeah, welcome to England. We did it. It's like, where's Dora the Explorer when you need her? It's like, we did it. We did it. It would cause PTSD for parents. That's enough. I don't want to get taken down by Nickelodeon. I'll have that queued up when I land too. Some of the shticks I can do. No, that was Dora the Explorer. Because I'm from a different generation of kids. Although Dora came out after me, I just know it through memes. I was part of the Blue's Clues era, but I also watched like just standard kids cartoons, not like the educational ones. Might explain a lot. This is also my first international flight. Yeah, I figured as much. For my buddy, for his brother and his wife and all, it's all about the Paw Patrol. Kid loves Paw Patrol.
Well, this has been quite the flight. After this, I'm gonna go lay down. What a flight, my friend. You like Paw Patrol? Nice. I have never watched an episode. I don't know anything about it beyond I'm guessing there's dogs. And they are also in place of all of our emergency services. Which I don't know how responsible that really is. You can go to hell, Todd. Actually, maybe. Depends on where. You would choose Red Bull. I know you like that track. That place is your jam. You're usually about a second quicker than I am. I also just like dicking around in different cars too, so... Me and Red Bull never got along. It's the dog bone part that really gets me. Huh. Interesting. This one has a hell of a range. Just looking up some things on the 777, and apparently has a range of like almost 9,000 nautical miles, which means basically it can fly anywhere. But in-game, they shortened it after they gave that initially, and I don't know why they shortened it. They should extend it back. Or maybe they just showed the listed number as shorter. Yeah, the 777 is a fantastic airport. Stop it! I'm trying to do something over on the screen. Just let me scroll. Yeah, the 777. It actually started out in 1993. It's actually, as far as Boeing's offerings, it's one of their later designs. It didn't enter service until 1995 with United Airlines. But its first flight was in 1994. And so this one's based off of the 200, I believe it's the extended range version. And yeah, it's a pretty good plane. Someone's lighting off fireworks. Don't know what they're celebrating, but more power to them. Yeah, you sell yourself short, but you are pretty quick there. We'll say that. You are very quick to Red Bull. But I'm going to pass on an endurance race. And my butt's sore. And this chair is not comfortable. Got it free from, or actually I got it for 25 bucks at work, including 3 others exactly like it and a table. All for 25. So, figured. I've actually furnished my entire apartment with $25. That's pretty darn impressive. So I got a desk that's free. I got some shelves. My whiskey shelf right now is free. I've got a cabinet that I haven't put together that I got for free. My table I paid $25 for. I've got a entertainment thing, like an entertainment stand that is that I got for free. I've got a coffee table that I got for free. My bed I got for free. My stools for my bar I got for free. Now it makes sense how I can afford whiskey because I'm not buying furniture. Oh, I did have to pay for my fridge, but the original fridge I had I got for free. But that one died. So I got a new fridge and it's bigger and it's nice. Because before it was just a mini fridge. It was a 10-year-old mini fridge and then it died. So I got every bit out of it. Now, let's see. We are 3 minutes away from the next waypoint.
Whiskey Delivery Tail 1776 heavy descent and maintain flight level 250.
Oh boys, here we go.
Descend and maintain flight level 250 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy.
There we go. Alrighty. Come up here. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as we start our descent, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full and upright position. Granted, there is no flight attendant on a cargo flight, but I guess look around for yourself.
Whiskey Delivery Tail 1776 heavy contact London Center on 118.475.
Will
Good
do.
day.
Trying to tell people things.
Going to 118.475 Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776
But
heavy.
go around the cabin to clean it up, pick up any trash or any remaining glasses. Please put the whiskey back in the cabinet.
London Center Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy is passing flight level 255, descending flight level 250.
Whiskey Delivery Tail 1776 heavy London Center. Continue to LPC as planned.
And make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stowed underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead
Whiskey
bins.
Delivery Tail
Thank you.
1776 heavy descent and maintain 11,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 11,000 feet Whiskyfile Red Tail 1776 heavy.
Alright, we're going to pull this back. We're going to do about 250 knots once we get down to level, so the auto throttle will do that. Alrighty.
Whiskey Delivery Tail 1776 heavy, please expedite your descent 11,000 feet.
Yes, ma'am. Should be. Come on. Come on. No, go down. I'm gonna make an aggressive one. There we go, 3,500. There we go. We did pretty good on fuel. I mean, that's impressive. So if we used, now based on the percentage here, we had 85% fuel on board when we took off in Miami. After 8 hours of flight, we've only used, well, I guess, 45% of the fuel. Or, yeah, I can't does math, 44, but that was pretty impressive. Oh, we got ourselves another Russian bot. We'll report you, sir. If I put it as hate speech or graphic violence, given that spam is actually, it is harassment. Oh, fine. They make me want to fill out more things. Goodbye. Bastards. Alright, just so I remember it. We'll start turning on some of our lights here. Dark strobe on. Well, not yet. Yeah, that blob of yellow there, that is London.
Whiskyfile red tail 1776 heavy descent and maintain 14,000 feet.
14,000? You said 11,000 before. Alright.
Descend and maintain 14,000 feet with Whiskyfile red tail 1776 heavy.
Go. Apologies for the sudden climb. I'm pulling the speed brake here. That is basically just to reduce my speed because I want to try and be going about 250 knots. There we go, that might work. Nope, you're not behaving. Buddy, 14,000. Come on. There we go. Figured it out. Yeah, you can. If you're ever, if you're ever around major cities and stuff like that, there's a thing called light pollution. You can really see it from that far. Now, this isn't quite 100% accurate, but
you'd see more of a, you'd see this kind of glow around it.
Whiskey Filler Retail 1776 Heavy, please expedite your descent 14,000 feet.
Well, if you tell me what the, because I'm at 14,000 feet, but I'm probably not at 14,000. Okay, let's check the METAR data. Weather, METAR, come on. What's METAR? You're seriously not telling me. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, shoot. Fine. Okay.
Whiskey Filler Retail 1776 Heavy, please expedite your descent 14,000 feet.
If only I had the METAR data, thank you. You could have given that to me, but you didn't. 30.56. Alright. Man, it's like the fact that I have to Google the barometric pressure because he didn't tell me. That's some next level kind of stupid. See, that's how much barometric pressure can really change altitude. I mean, I was off by 700 feet, which is pretty crazy.
Whiskey Filler Retail 1776 Heavy, descent and maintain 7,000 feet. Keep
Alright,
speed
that's
not
for
above
more.
250 knots.
Descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Keep speed not above 250 knots. Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy.
Okay. Just zoom out, that's cool. Alright. Now, I turned on the lights a little early just so I wouldn't forget about it. But basically, I'd turning on my landing lights and all that. The strobes and other stuff have always been on, but those are the extra lights. Basically, when you're below 10,000 feet, at least according to FAA rules, that's where you need to be. I don't know what European rules are, but... Hey, Matt, happy to have you back on the chat. You came just in time for me to land here. And I have been flying this entire time. We have in fact been going for, it is now 8 hours of streaming. That is ridiculous. Granted, only 7 hours and 20 minutes in the air, which means we made hell of a good time. Because we're on approach, we'll probably be down in about 20 minutes. I'm going to say in 2 minutes I'm going to be at my next checkpoint here. So that is, that's going to be pretty good. And we look like we're doing pretty good on the approach. Speed is good. We're at 240 right now on descent.
Whiskey Filler Retail 1776 Heavy, contact Heathrow approach on 134.98. Good day.
134.98 for Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy. Heathrow approach approach Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy is at 11,200 feet, descending 7,000 feet.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy, Heathrow approach, altimeter 30.56, continue to Oscar Charlie Kilo as planned.
Hi, Cordell. Flying over your city, this time doing it legally, not like I did last time. I flew under a number of bridges in a prop plane. It was pretty fun. We might do that again. That was fun to just sort of skirt around that plane.
Redtail 1776 Heavy, you are 12 miles southwest. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet, keep speed not above 220 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via Oscar Charlie Kilo transition. Clear to Oscar Charlie Kilo.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet, keep speed not above 220 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 right approach via Oscar Charlie Kilo transition. Cleared to Oscar Charlie Kilo Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy.
Alrighty. Cleared for approach. We are descending. Now that is Heathrow Airport right here. So what we're going to do is, this is what's called the upwind leg. So we go upwind of it and then we circle back around. That's what this routing is. We circle back around and then we come in and land. Now I'm going to be doing my best to basically turn this into what's called a sterile cockpit. Basically, I'm only going to be talking about the landing and stuff like that, but feel free to keep joking in the chat. I will look over there on occasion, but I've got a handful of things that I'm going to be doing, so I'm going to drop flaps a little bit more, just to basically keep speed down. It's going to put me right at about 200, which is under 220, which is what he suggested I be at. So you can always be under the speed. It's basically just a matter of blocking, but I'm going to be, you do not want to exceed it, though there are no planes currently flying around me, at least that I can tell. Given that it is almost 2 a.m. in Britain.
Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy, descend and maintain 6,000 feet.
It's called upwind because downwind is when you're on approach. That's just the phraseology for it.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy.
Okay. So you can see over there, that's London, or the city proper. We will be flying in and around the city. See, it's still a low poly model, but there's the Shard right here. That's on a new downtown.
Descend and maintain 3,500 feet. Whiskyfile Redtail 1776 Heavy.
Don't know if you can see the O2 arena, but I know it's actually further down that way, isn't it? Yeah, because that's Canary Wharf. And there's the arena, you can kind of see it there. But we're still pretty far away, so it's in a low poly mode to keep from crashing the game, because the game will crash. It's crashed many a times on me, as we've seen. I've got my technical difficulty slide ready to go.
1776 heavy descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Alright, this is the crosswind section.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet with Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy.
Dropping flaps more. We're now at 8 degrees here. Go to 10 there. There we are. Oh. Maybe it's at 15. I'm going to drop gear now. Zoom this in just a little more.
Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy, you are 12 miles east of Heathrow. Contact Heathrow Tower on 118.705 when inbound.
Yes, sir.
Tower on 118.705 Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy. Heathrow Tower Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy, 12 miles east inbound ILS runway 27 right approach.
Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy Heathrow Tower. Altimeter tree 0.5, 6 wind 240 at 8. Cleared ILS runway 27 right approach.
Alrighty. Clearly had the runway in sight.
Cleared ILS runway 27 right approach Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy.
Alrighty. Drop flaps more. I'm going to be going low and slow here. We are still pretty high. Alright, let's see here. God, you should be going slower now. Alright. Auto throttle turning off. Yes, I know, thank you. So I'm going to manage this. I want to stay right at about, so I'm going to turn everything off here. There we go. Yep, I'm aware. Thank you. Now, let's zoom in. Keep visuals right here. I can see my speed, and I can see the runway. And what we're going to do is, actually, I'm going to turn.
Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy, wind 270 at 8. Cleared to land runway 27 right.
Cleared to land runway 27 right Whiskyfile Red Ale 1776 heavy.
Now that's auto brake. That is for landing brakes. Now we're under 2,500. Bring out speed brakes a little bit because we are going just a little too fast. Now it's telling me that I'm too high. I'm waiting for those lights to turn red. You want 2 red, 2 white. And you want that diamond to basically be in the center. There we go. We got 1 red. Got 2 red. That means we're good. 3 red. Okay, pull up, pull up. We don't want to do what we did in Seattle. Or Red, we're gonna do what we did in Seattle. A little bit of shakiness. We're good. We're good. Come on. Yeah, I know, plane.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Ooh, that was a rough landing. We bounced. Come on. Down. Down, plane. Ooh, that was a rough landing.
Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy, turn next taxiway. Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy, contact ground on 121.855.
Going to 121.855 Whiskyfile Retail 1776 Heavy.
That's quite the hell amount. Fire truck there. Well, thank you, Matt, for taking care of that. Taxiing does take up a little bit of concentration. See, one of the few times where I actually have to be in constant control of the aircraft. I don't have time to deal with spammers. This car does not realize that he is tiny. I don't know. Maybe he thought my landing was a bit rougher than it was, but it was fine. Broski. Okay, fine. I'm just going around you. I ain't got time for this. Yeah, feel free to report him if he keeps spamming, because that's just not cool. We do not like spammers. Yeah, not bad for my first real flight with this plane. It does behave a little differently. There's some shenanigans afoot on it, but you know, and I'm gonna be kind to you guys and offload you at the terminal, so it's easier for you guys to deal with it. Off screen has a cannon for this. I'm going to basically take this over to where it will be offloaded for your cargo, but in reality, this game ain't smart enough to realize I'm a cargo plane. Actually. Oh, nice. Yeah, Japanese whiskey is amazing.
Heathrow ground, Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 heavy taxi to parking.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 heavy taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway golf.
Nope. Just gonna reverse real quick. Until it figures out that I'm supposed to be here.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 heavy, please acknowledge.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway golf, Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 heavy.
You're actually not supposed to do that. You're technically allowed to do that, but it is very risky, and airlines frown upon pilots doing it. It doesn't actually violate any flight rules, as long as you know what's behind you. Unfortunately, I've got a camera. I'm not quite fully in. Alrighty. That was a bit of a stressful landing, because I've never really done too many night flights, but of course, let's do the formalities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to London Heathrow International Airport. Local time is 2:13 a.m. and the temperature outside, at least according to the Googles, is 38 degrees Fahrenheit, 3 degrees Celsius. For your safety and comfort, well, granted, I'm going to turn off that sign right now, so you can move about the cabin, because I have turned off the fasten the seatbelt sign. And given that I've already taxied here too, you can bring out all your personal electronics, such as your phones, but please keep your laptop stowed, because I want you to get the heck off this flight. It's been long. Please check around your seat for any personal belongings you may have brought on board with you, and please use caution when opening the overhead bins, as heavy articles may have shifted around during flight. Remember that anything left will be sold, and all proceeds will be used for whiskey. If you require assistance off the plane, please remain in your seat until all other passengers have disembarked, especially if you've imbibed a bit too much. One of our crew members will then be pleased to assist you with anything from light assistance to a swift boot in the rear. On behalf of Whiskyfile Logistics and Whiskyfile Spirit Airlines and the entire crew, I'd like to thank you for joining us today, as we look forward to seeing you on board again in the near future. Have a wonderful night, and, well, actually, more accurately, morning. Alrighty, let's connect the let's connect the jetway.
Heathrow ground, Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 heavy. Could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
And we're gonna shut down the engines.
Whiskyfile Reddale 1776 heavy, the jetway.
Whoops. No, continue. Oh, all the things around me, they're like, nope, it's quitting time. You're done. Alrighty, fellas, well, thank you for being on board with me. I do appreciate it. I am genuinely proud of Flight Simulator for not crashing. And Todd and Matt, because you had missed it because the audio didn't work, and I did test this out midstream, I thought I would actually show you the safety video that I put together. So if you don't mind just sticking around, it cracked me up.
We are flying in a Boeing 777 freighter variant. Now please take a moment and pay attention as we go through the safety information for this aircraft. Given we are in a cargo aircraft, we don't care about the boxes. They're bolted in place on pallets, so no need for seatbelts. If you are in the cockpit, these are my machines!
Whose machines? My machines! How is that helpful? They're my machines! My machines!
We good? Good. Am I having too much fun with these? Maybe. Is this professional? Sure, why not? But if you do happen to find yourself in our business class, of which we have 4 seats available, I guess we should go through the usual formalities.
When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight, as we may experience turbulence.
Given it's just the cockpit or the small business class that's occupied, and boxes are totally screwed if we need to evacuate or crash, as Tom Hanks can attest, there are 2 emergency exits located on either side of the plane. If you happen to be in the cargo hold, the other doors can be used to vacate the aircraft as well. Lights will guide you to any of the emergency exits.
Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a life raft.
In the event of a water landing, a life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpiece. Your seat cushion can be used as a flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, slip your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion to your chest. Now, we recommend, if we crash in the ocean, please try and befriend a volleyball to keep your sanity, as with only a few souls on board, they probably won't look for us that hard until you fashion a raft out of palm trees and find a cargo ship in the middle of the ocean after losing your best friend.
Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored in the event of a decompression. An oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you, place it firmly over your mouth and nose, secure the elastic band behind your head, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. At this time, your portable electronic devices must be set to airplane mode until an announcement is made upon arrival. If you noticed your video stream has stopped, that's because you fell for that and I will never get tired of that joke. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight, even though some of you think you look cool doing it. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all other safety information in the card located in the seat pocket in front of you. If you do not have a seat pocket in front of you, you're probably not actually on a plane, which we don't find all that surprising. We strongly suggest you read this card before takeoff, and good luck if you don't have one. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members or in the chat next to the video. So sit back, relax, and when we're safely at cruising altitude, pour yourself a glass.
And we want to thank you for choosing Whiskyfile Logistics, a subsidiary of Whiskyfile Spirit Airlines.
So yeah, I had fun with that. Alrighty. I'm going to turn off the lights here and let Matt certainly go to bed because it is late for him. But thank you for joining me on this flight. It has been fun. The flight safety video, I have a lot of fun with them. And pretty much I make a separate one for every aircraft I fly. With the exception of these sort of screw around ones, I'm not going to make one for the P-51 when I fly it. Maybe. See how I feel that week. But I made one for the SR70 or for the SR22 that I made. That's a Cirrus, not the hypersonic plane or supersonic plane or whatever it is. But yeah, so have a good evening, and again, thank you, and I will see you on the next flight. Have a good night.